Good morning, everybody. Who ordered this weather? Blimey.
Dublin traffic, Falcon 37 Whiskey Extra is clear of 10 right, Dublin.
How are we all? How are we all coping? It's hot here already, which is suboptimal in my view. Not really a fan of this. Not gonna lie to you. So yeah, we're gonna fly to Bergen today to try and escape the heat, and we're going from Dublin to Bergen via Heathrow. So first leg is to Heathrow. Reason being is, I don't know if you remember last week, we did the Heathrow Hoppers tour leg from Dublin to Heathrow, but I was using the beta version of New Sky and it got in a bit of a mess, and as a result there was like 2 instances of New Sky running, one of which I think was okay, the other of which I think was slightly delayed, and therefore thought I did a tail strike when I didn't because I was already mid-air in the climb, which was a bit weird. So we're going to do that leg again, try and get that one buttoned up, and then we will head over to Bergen. I'm interested to see what we get at Bergen because Grumpy was saying post Sim Update 5 the freeware scenery is having 1 or 2 issues. So we'll have to judge that when we get there. We'll see what happens. That's the plan for today, and hopefully everything goes okay. I've got the aircon running. It is putting in an absolute shift already. It's like already 26 degrees and it's like, what, 10 AM? Apparently it's going up to like 30. Same again tomorrow. So, yay. That would be cool. Hopefully then, we'll have a nice little day of flying despite it being ridiculously hot outside. And I can be nice and cool in my cocoon. Although the PCs are going to be kicking out a lot of heat in here, so I don't know how the aircon's going to actually cope. Is there going to come a point where temperatures start to rise in here regardless of the AC being running? I don't know. Anyway, enough waffling. We need to get the plane fired up and get ourselves ready to go to Heathrow. Now, there's been a runway change already. When I made my flight plan not very long ago, we were set to go off on 28 right, which is fairly standard. This one up here from Dublin, and then kind of shoot out this way. The wind has changed while I was setting up the stream, and we're now taking 10 right, and everyone else is landing 10 left. In fact, let me put some traffic on. And you might see, I don't know if they've already landed. There was a few planes I just heard on short final. So they're probably all good now. Right. Let's sort the plane out. Shall we? Ah, brilliant. My views don't work. Oh, there's a Rhino coming to say hello. Look at that. Stretch, thank you for subbing for 11 months on Twitch. Absolute legend. Hi, Rhino. I need to sort out my views real quick. Sorry, I didn't realise it's because I'm in the A321. Not the 20, so now it's like, this is a new plane, even though it's kind of not. Import. Similar aircraft, 321, CFM, wing fence. Let's do that. And we'll import everything and replace everything. And we should now be in business. There we go. Yeah, for whatever reason, like the 321... IAEs versus CFM versus wing fence versus not, all separate aircraft as far as chase plane is concerned, even though it makes no real difference. Anywho, battery 1 and battery 2. Jim, 4 months on Twitch as well. Thank you, my friend. How are you? Hope you're surviving in the heat. Battery 1, battery 2. External power, let's get those off a minute. We'll turn these on. 1, 2, 3. Always have to put these on twice for some reason. It's really weird. So now if I turn them off on my overhead and put them back on, they're fine. Don't know why that is. Anyway, 1, 2, 3. Cruise supply. Ground control. Emergency lights. No smoking. And nav lights. Joanna, everyone's subbing on Twitch. Thank you, Joanna, for 4 months on Twitch. Legends, all of you. Absolute legends. Good. Well, I think that'll do us for the minute. and we can get down and look at our EFP. I'm going to be as dry as a bone by the end of this stream. What with the aircon drying me out. Here we go then. Dublin down to Heathrow. Part of the Heathrow Hoppers Tour. Those of you that aren't familiar. Lots of little routes in and out of Heathrow. So Heathrow to somewhere and back. Heathrow to somewhere and back. The idea is that when you're done, you'll know Heathrow like the back of your hand. Right, GSX. Come on. Don't start being a weirdo this morning, GSX. Please. I could really do without that. Yeah, put the shorts on for Grumpy Ryan. I know how much he likes them. I did say in the Discord maybe I'll try hot pants this year, but that might be a step too far. Okay, GSX seems to be okay. I did the update. Grumpy messaged me this morning saying just be aware there's another GSX update, so we shall do that. Let's not attach the tug. Not yet, at least. To make sure my try sim is on. No, it is not. The reason why it's off is because I was recording yesterday doing a video comparing on versus off, on versus off. That'll be out tonight at 6 PM, you lucky things. You can look forward to that. Here it comes then. Fingers crossed we might make a good bit of money today. In the 21. Oh, water's nice. We like water. Especially today. It's the dog I feel sorry for. I haven't taken him out for a walk for obvious reasons because he'd cook. But, yeah, he's doing very, very little. He's just sat in there. Which is probably what we want. We don't really want him doing much. The last thing we want is him overdoing it, especially when he's 12. Have I had issues when loading the Phoenix? GSX prompts you to manually open cargo doors rather than... I've had lots of issues, to be honest with you. There was one last week. The common one was you'd do the boarding via the EFB, which would normally just spring everything into life, wouldn't it? And then it would do the fuel and nothing else. And then you'd have to go into the GSX menu and request boarding, and then it would do it. Now, we've done the update. Maybe that fixed... the part of the update fixed that, so... Don't know. I don't know. Seems to be working at the moment, though, so we'll kind of take the wins where we find them. With GSX. Here they come. Walking through the roof of the jet bridge. Love it. Good, so they are loading. Look, fuel is not quite there yet, but I think that's going to start any moment. Passengers are on the way. It'd be nice to see this 3,000. Yeah, there we go. It's just changed. That's good. So we know that's working as well. Let's do this. Atsu, AOC, flight init data request. Refueling, IR line in 5 minutes, says the upper recam. Good. Dublin, Heathrow, alternate. What's HH? Is that Bournemouth? I don't actually know. I don't actually know. Right. Init page. Init request. Ah, Spag, the fly-by-wire is great for freeware. It really is. 606 Romeo is our call sign today. As for our cost index 60, are we doing 290? Yeah, we are. Alright. Cost index 60, flight level 290. Oops. 290. Wind request. Never heard of it, Ryan. You do some cargo ops. Get rid of that scratch pad. There we go. What I was thinking we might do tonight is not do a typical stream, but maybe just hang out and do some FSI panel in various aircraft, and then that will give me a chance to check back in on the 350, because everyone keeps saying, oh, the 350 is really good now. It's like, well, it wasn't the last time I tried it. I'm sure it works better. Maybe the FPS is better, maybe it doesn't wasm as much, but I just did not like how it handled. So, we'll see. Bloody hell, Thomas, you're coming up on 2 years! Wow, think of what you could have bought if you didn't sub to this stupid channel. I mean, thank you, Thomas, and please continue to sub. Terrible lapse in judgment there from you, Thomas. But that's not for me to say. Come on, you lot. 73, that's almost a third, I suppose. Fuel's nearly done. Unsub at 23, yeah. You put your little messages, you suck, I'm unsubbing. Twitch stream is behind YouTube, is it? Or as in like the latency? Normally it's the other way around. Normally it's the other way around. All eyes on rhodium code then, Ryan, eh? All eyes on rhodium. Oh, I fancy some A340 ops actually on Thursday, now I've thought about it. QNH 1028. Until it's warm, can't you? You can tell it's warm. Are we properly fueled yet? Nearly. My favourite plane, probably the Phoenix in the sim. Phoenix / PMDG 73. A320 family of Phoenix, whichever one, 19, 21, 20, whatever. And the 73 from PMDG. They definitely... very, very hard for me to break out of. I find those two are like my defaults, really. Probably because of the routes that I like to fly. My issue with its bag was like the input delay when it launched. Like I could not control the thing for toffee just because you'd move the stick, there'd be this delay, then it'd move, and then it's like I can't fly like that. And then there's this whole back and forward about, oh well, it's because it's so sensitive. It's like, yeah, but there's a delay. It doesn't matter whether it's sensitive or not sensitive. If there's a delay, that's really weird. And then Innie did that live stream, didn't they? Where basically they said you're flying it wrong. Where they addressed it. And then they did an update which killed some of the delay. So I don't know. How good I've been spawned on. Morning, Doc. So I don't know. I don't know. Who spawned on me? There is definitely a plane under me. I just can't see who. Dublin traffic, Speedbird at stand 312. I think you spawned on me. No worries, good luck.
That's our baby plane for me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Ryan, that's kind of where I can't... It's like, why... especially as I kind of do this... Yeah, I suppose Feels weird calling it a job, but I do this a lot, right? I do these streams a lot, so it's like, why would I not fly the thing I like the best? You know? But I will give it... I want to like it. I want to like it. I feel like maybe people think I've got this, like, vendetta against the 350. Not at all. I want it to be awesome. I would love it to be, you know, up there with a Phoenix. So we'll check back in tonight, maybe, and we'll have a feel around. Morning, Judge. Why are the planes clipping? Because somebody spawned on top of me. That's why. That's all right, Thomas. I don't think Grumpy's in chat yet, so you're safe. For now. Unless, of course, you're not. Grumpy is always watching. As we know. Okay. Time for some fuel pumps. We'll get that APU fired. We'll do seat belts. Because we're finished fueling, so when people get on, they can sit down, put their belts on, and shut up. That's how we do things here at AirNot. There's no real good A318 though. There's no... You think Phoenix will do an 18? Don't know if it would be worth their while. Not sure enough people would want to fly it. Maybe they would, I don't know. Morning content. Yeah, it'd be lovely, Spag, if Phoenix did do an 18. It's just... Ultimately, it's a business at the end of the day, isn't it? So... Kind of got to go where the money is to a large degree. Anyway, let's not give Phoenix any more to do. We want them to sort out the VNAV for this, and therefore then do the Neos. And then maybe do an A330. Go on, guys, do an A330 next. Like, we say that like it's just around the corner. It's going to be forever. What am I doing? I'm doing the NDEC departure. NDEC 1 Echo. So that means above 4,000, below 9. Then below 230. So I'll put in 9. Initial climb 9,000 for now. If you can find one, Darren. That's the question. If you look at my channel, you have to go back a while. I did a 5600X versus 5800X 3D video. Now, I appreciate you've got 2 extra cores on your 5700X, but they are Ps from the same pod. And given that Flight Sim generally tends to rely on one thread, you might find it useful information to kind of extrapolate as to what you could expect in terms of a difference. Hello, Grumpy. Grumpy, it says you're in, that's weird. Grumpy, it says that you are in horizontal chat, but you're watching on vertical. How bizarre. What do I think of the new roaming code A350? I mean, we don't know anything about it. That's the thing, isn't it? It's like, part of me's like, I'll believe it when I see it. I don't want to sound like I'm kind of jaded, but maybe I am. I don't know. The problem is that we've got some really good mature aircraft in the sim now. Like, we've got obviously the 737, 777 for PNDG, we've got the Phoenix, etc. So for anything new to come along on day one and be as good as that, it's almost quite unreasonable to expect that. Because
Dublin traffic.
Phoenix wasn't what it is now. Like the Phoenix, when it launched, it was not in the state that it is now. And the state that it is now is what we all sort of love about it. sim update 5 issues to one side. So yeah, Grumpy, we got a little bit of a plan for tonight. I might do some FS, not FS labs, what's it called, FSI panel stuff, and we'll just do some landings. We'll hang out, and I might try the A350 again. We'll see. Or I might just decide to do a flight, keeping you on your toes. We're loaded. Goody gumdrops. Right, let's send that to the MCDU. Departure information. We're not doing 28 right, are we? We're doing 10 right. Sync load sheet, sync the weather, calculate. Flaps 2 up 0.7. 141, 147, 148 V2. Flex temp 47. Happy days. Okay. So init page B is in, 6.5 tons of fuel is loaded, performance page has gone across, 141, 147, 148, flaps 2 up 0.7, flex temp 47, good, that's gone across. Let's quickly pop in our departure. Mayday, thank you for the follow. We're doing 10 right out of Dublin on the NDEC 1 Echo, then into Heathrow, at least at the time of speaking. It is a 27 left arrival on the Nugra 2 Hotel. And we're going to transition via Bovingdon, so Bravo, November, November. Good. Secondary flight plan, because we're going to be well behaved. EIDW. I need to double check with Hanny, actually. Because I'm never quite sure I do this part right. EIDW. Because I always go to the secondary flight plan into here. And then I'll put in my SID. I've had someone else tell me, oh no, you don't put in the SID, you put in... oh god, what am I doing? 10 right. So rather than doing the SID, which is NDEC 1 Echo, you'd put in like a waypoint that's like, I don't know, 25 miles out from the runway. But to me it makes sense if you're on the SID, it makes sense to switch to your secondary flight plan and remain on the SID. And then have some waypoints, 10 left, to aim for, to bring you back home. Don't know. Right. There's only one thing for it. Beacon light on. You'll get there, David, don't worry.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for
We all
pushback.
sucked at the beginning, I wouldn't worry about it. Fingers crossed GSX works. Well, I mean, it's been alright so far on the latest update and all that, so we'll see. That's all you can do, really.
Departure checks complete.
Oh, Darren, updating your BIOS is always like a moment, isn't it? I will only do it if there's an active fault I'm trying to resolve. I'll never just do it just because, oh, new BIOS. Like, no, if it works, I'm leaving it alone. See you, Ryan.
Locking gear.
There have been a lot of updates lately, yeah. That's not bad, Joanna. Again, if you've got a problem to solve or a target you're trying to hit, then great. But, like, everything's working, so I ain't doing it. Nose right, tail left for me, I believe. Dublin traffic, air not 606, Romeo stand 312, pushing back, facing west on apron 3, Dublin. Shall we?
parking brakes, please. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Behold the GSX, not GSX, Phoenix sounds. There's a fly in my shed. It's really annoying me.
Ladies and gentlemen, please observe the cabin crew member closest to you, as we are about to demonstrate the safety features aboard our Airbus.
Just want to make sure that's actually worked. Yes, it has.
Please set parking brakes.
Unlocking gear. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard our Airbus A321. Please pay attention to illuminated signs and crew instructions, including the following
Alright, it's engine 1.
procedures. The safety card found in your seat pocket.
Let's go for engine 2.
Important information about exit,
And we'll go flaps 2.
oxygen masks, life jackets, and the brace position, which you must adopt if you hear brace, brace. There are 8 emergency exits on this aircraft. The cabin crew are now pointing out the exits nearest to you. Please
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
exit behind you.
Left is clear. Right is
Emergency
clear.
lighting will guide you to an exit. In an emergency, leave all baggage on board. Your seatbelt is fastened, adjusted, and released as shown. Fastened whenever the seatbelt
Taxi light on.
and we recommend that you keep it fastened at all times.
Why have we got this view in the cinematic mode?
Towards you.
It's better. Alright, I'm going to be taxiing from apron 3 to link 3. Foxtrot 2. I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not doing that. 3, 4. Link 4, and then we'll cross at Hotel 1. Dublin traffic, Air 606 Romeo, taxiing holding point, runway 10 right. We're going to taxi apron 3, apron 4, link 4, and then we'll hold short of 3, 4 via Hotel 1.
Dublin traffic, Schumacher 259, inbound ILS 10 left, 11 mile out.
Alright, first right on to apron 4. Cheers, great. I will keep that in mind.
Dublin traffic, Shamrock 5, Golf Victor, lining up runway 10 right. Copy.
Room is set. Bex, yeah, it's rough at the minute. It's rough. Luckily I've got an AC on at the moment, which is keeping things under control, and luckily I've got solar panels on the roof, so hopefully they're taking the sting out of the electricity bill. That's one good thing about streaming in the daytime. If it's sunny, I kind of do all this for free in terms of the electricity. Which, let me tell you, the price of electricity, not a bad thing at the moment.
Dublin traffic, Shamrock Park, Golf Victor departing runway 10 right, passes for Echo departure. Dublin traffic.
Dublin traffic, N 606 Romeo via Hotel 1 crossing runway 3416 Dublin.
Dublin traffic, Shamrock 259, short final ILS 10 left to Dublin traffic, 5 miles out.
You killed the engines? Oh, are you sure you haven't got like a fuel mixture bind set to your throttles or something? Because I had that. Were you in the default A320? Like the one that Anybuilds makes, that comes with the sim?
Dublin traffic, Delta Passes 123, usually start approach runway 10 left.
Then traffic N 606 Romeo clear of 3416, taxiing to holding point Sierra 7, runway 10 right via Whiskey 1 in Sierra Dublin. Predictive wind shear, where have you gone? There you are. Thank you. Yeah, but so check that you haven't got like a fuel mixture bind or something set. I'm sure I've had that with Anybuilds aircraft before, where like you go to start an engine and move your throttles and then it goes ka-dunk and it just dies. And it's because of like a fuel mixture thing that's not relevant in the 320, but equally it will cause you problems if it's set. Double check that. Right, first job once I get airborne is to run into the house and use the facilities. Been gunning the water this morning, and let's just say it has to go somewhere. I woke up with a right headache. I think basically because I was just so hot in bed. I really struggled to sleep last night. Just ridiculously hot. Plus we got these little things in the roof. What are they called? Those like little, they're almost like sheds that stick out of your roof. And as a result, they just soak up the sun. So it gets very, very hot and stuffy. So I just gave up and watched a movie in bed until it was cool enough to sleep at like 1:30. Bit hot, oh my god. It's going to be 30 degrees today, pretty much 30 degrees tomorrow. And then it breaks.
Runway 10 left vacated, event of 3.
Yeah, sofa's not a bad shout. I might have to do that tonight. It's just so hot up there. Or maybe I can lift the aircon unit up there. I don't know. That's an option perhaps. Is it cold in New Zealand, is it? Yeah, because our summer would be your winter, right? So what are you technically in autumn right now? No, you'd technically be in winter, wouldn't you, if we're technically in summer? I don't know. I don't know. All I know is it's bloody hot and I don't like it. Morning, Roy. The shed isn't too bad at the minute, Roy. I've got the aircon set to a very pleasant 22. Not sure that means necessarily that it's 22 in here, but it's bearable. I'll go and get the thermometer thing that's in the house at the moment. I've got the thermometer in the house just so I can keep an eye on the temperature, mostly so I can check on the dog, because I don't want the dog getting too hot.
Dublin traffic, Seabird 54 established on final approach for runway 10 left.
Because he is now 12 years old. Old dogs and heat waves generally don't mix, do they? I haven't walked him. Like, I feel bad because obviously he likes his walks, but can't take him out in this heat. Even like last night at 10 o'clock, I was still limit hot, and he's got a big fur coat on, so it's like, well, obviously he's going to be hot too. Car reached 52 degrees. Bloody hell. No aircon. Oh, that reminds me of coming back from London. Our aircon died. And we're like, that's weird, the aircon stopped working. Stopped for some food in the service station on the way back. The boys said they were hungry, so I was like, alright, we'll stop. And went to start the car, and my, is it the squib that they call it? Basically the little bit that sits behind your steering wheel that all your indicator stalks come off of, that melted. When I went to come out the service station and sort of turned the wheel to get out the parking bay, it just all went bleh. Or the internals did. And that, of course, controls the electronics for the airbag, for all the controls on your wheel, and then the car's like ding, 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 ding. Like, you've lost all your stability control, you've lost all your airbags, you've lost everything. Do not, turn the car off. Then smoke started coming out of the steering column because obviously something had crossed a wire. It was like, oh my lord. I was talking to the green flag guy, or the RAC guy, or whatever the guy was, I forget now. And he was like, yeah, basically when it's hot like this, if there's anything that's been waiting to go, it's going to go, pretty much.
Dublin traffic, left approach 123, last turn for runway 10.
If only Wind Control made cars. Wow, yeah, the car would probably be like 10 quid, wouldn't it? And it'd be better than everything else. Good. We are here on 10 right. Everyone's being well behaved and coming in on 10 left.
Landing runway 10 left.
There you go, that's what I like to hear. Well done, everyone. Dublin traffic air not 606 Romeo via Sierra 7, lining up, taking off runway 10 right, end deck 1 Echo departure, Dublin. Okay, we're all lit up. Do the chrono. Put the constraints on. Get out there. Oh, you're getting a printer today, Roy. Nice. You'll love it. You'll love it. One of the coolest things ever, I think, a 3D printer. Should be like gadget of the century. All right, shall we?
Dublin traffic, left approach 123, fully established runway 10 left.
Manflex 47, SRS green, runway green, auto thrust blue, speed is alive. 80 knots. 100 knots. V1. Rotate. on, up you go. What's the matter with you? It's better. Thank you. Positive climb, gear up. Didn't want to go. That's weird. Find the 321, you need to pull back a bit more.
Speedboat 54 taxiing via November for Foxtrot Alta for gate 313 left.
I was pulling back on it like it was a 320, but the 21 you've got to give it a bit more welly. Dublin to Heathrow, indeedy. Levers climb. Dip the nose.
Dublin traffic, Delta Foxtrot 123 on final runway 10 left.
Dublin traffic, Airnaut 606 Romeo airborne at 10 right, airborne, index 1 Echo passing 2500, final call Dublin. You can see for miles today up in the air, can't you? Okay, let's go back to flaps 1. We are now at clean speed. Now accelerate to 250 knots.
Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your
Left-hand turn coming up.
whilst the seatbelt sign is on. We recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever you
Cheers, pothole. Thank you, mate.
Toilets are located at each end of the cabin. Remember that smoking is not permitted at any time. This includes e-cigarettes. In just a few moments, we will commence our in-flight service, offering you the chance to choose.
Okay, waypoint coming up, Delta Whiskey 112. We need to be below 9,000 feet. We will be. Then the next waypoint, end deck, we need to be below flight level 230, but at 290 knots.
Major credit and debt.
Standard pressure. Still on the ground spoilers.
Dublin traffic, Delta Foxtrot 123, runway 10 left, it's clear.
That's a nice view. Should use that view more often.
Dublin traffic, Delta Foxtrot 123, taxiing stand 145 via November, Delta 5, Delta Sierra.
Okay, there's our 9,000 feet waypoint. With the restriction, we're now at 8.2, so that's fine. We can keep ploughing on. 10,000 feet coming up. You guys and your 3D printers are starting to make me jealous of my little Creality. As much as I love my Creality. You got to remember just how cheap it is, really. Like, I think it's 180 that I paid for it. Which, when you consider what it does, is not a lot, is it? 10,000 feet. Dip that nose. Let's get some speed up. Plane now targeting 290 knots as per the end deck. Waypoint. Is there anything at Heathrow? I think there was ground when we took off, so it stands to reason that would have gone offline by now, and of course it has. Brilliant. 27 right for departures, looking like here, so 27 left remains a goer. No worries, content. You do what you need to do, mate. Appreciate it's hot for everyone today. This is actually quite pleasant with the AC on, but it is constantly on. Normally the AC will like kind of come in and come out a little bit, whereas today it's just on, relentlessly on. Right hand turn, barely, still hand flying. There we go. Autopilot on now. We've had enough fun. Normally, like even on a normal day, if I've got it on in here to combat the PC heat and all of that stuff, on a normal day, it'll kind of, if I set it to like 25, it's weird because obviously the shed's only 2 meters. So if you set it to like 19, it'll turn this place into a freezer. So I have to set it higher in order to not make me feel actively cold. It's a bit weird. So I put it to 25 and it'll kind of come on, it'll come off, it'll come on, it'll come off. And you can hear it like modulating on and off to maintain the temperature, whereas today it's like, nope, 100%. Which I can kind of understand. Alright, we're open climbing it now to 290. There's no one really around us that we need to be concerned about. We've got the whole of the Irish Sea and most of North Wales to ourselves. It's only when we get into nearer to Heathrow we're going to need to pay attention. So on that basis, in anticipation of our arrival into Heathrow, I'm going to very, very quickly disconnect from VATSIM, run in, and I'll be back in a moment. Morning, OG. Back in a minute. I just need to go and visit the, you know what. God, it's so much cooler in here. Ridiculously cooler. Good AC unit. Right, let's reconnect to that sim. Look at that, North Wales already. Crazy, isn't it, that takes like 4 hours on the ferry, and we've done it in about 13 minutes from lining up on the runway. Cray cray. What have you got, Roy? A sun eclipse screen. What does that do? Like reflect the heat out of the away from the window? We had some window film fitted on our windows, on the back side of the house, because obviously the sun kind of comes down and then shines in on those windows. I'm not entirely sure it did a lot, to be honest. It's kind of like reflective stuff, if you know what I mean. I don't know. I wonder at what point it's going to become normal in the UK to get aircon fitted to your house. Because I worked with a guy who lived in Florida for 20 years. And he's come back home now. And he's just saying, like, everywhere. Just everywhere's got aircon in Florida. Like, you kidding? Like, how do you not have aircon if you live in Florida? Like, everywhere's got it. And, you know, he goes, it's really hot out there. Like, way hotter than out here. But you deal with it. It's fine. Like, you just turn the aircon on and it's like it's not there when you're in the house. But he goes, over here, it's like, God, you forget just how bad the summers are. Like, yes, they're less in terms of temperature and the ferocity of the heat, but it's like, you just can't deal with it here in the same way. He finds it way harder here than after 20 years of Florida. Which is crazy to think about. I can see where he's coming from. Like, when we were in Vegas, I feel like we just spent the week running from one air-conditioned bubble to another, really. Like, I forget where we were. Like, in Vegas, it's weird. Like, you have hotels, different hotels, but they're owned by the same group. And if they're opposite sides of the road to each other, the hotel will build a bridge over the road so that if you want to, you can explore the other hotel, and you're totally welcome to do that. Even if you're not staying at either one of the hotels, they'll let you in the casinos and they want you to spend money and use their bar and all that stuff. So it's almost like once you're in their little bubble, they try and keep you there with these interconnected bridges. They even run monorails, I think, between the Luxor and some of the other properties. And there was one instance where we had to walk across this bridge, which was just like out in the elements. And it was like, oh my God, this is hot. Like, so hot. But then you go into the hotel and it's like, oh great, it's all gone. 20 years in Florida and came home, yeah. Yeah, something about the UK heat hits differently. Like, I've been in Spain, I've been in Italy when it's been hot. Like, hot, like mid to high 30s. And in a weird way, I'll take that over a 29 or 31 in the UK. I can't quite put my finger on why. Maybe it's like I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I think it's not going to be long before people just start fitting like full-on aircon units. Like proper aircon installers come out and put in like a big old thing, the big box with the fan on it, and then the little things that sit on your top of your wall. Hot is fine, humid is gross. Yeah. I don't know what the humidity is today. I'm guessing it's high. What's my flight number? X-ray November Oscar 606 Romeo. It's only 41% in your flat right now. Is that because of your aircon though, Joanna? Or is that like drying it out a bit? They put out barrels of water. What, in case you get stranded? Wow. We nearly did that. We nearly did that. When we went to Vegas, we thought we're going to go to Vegas, then we're going to go to San Francisco. This is like 10 years ago. Pre-kids. And the thought was, it's like, why don't we do like a one-way rental where we drive a car from Vegas to San Francisco and drop the thing off, and then we'll fly home from San Francisco. Anyway, we're going to go like through Death Valley, Yosemite, and all of that. And in the end, we looked at the price, and it's like, it's just so much cheaper to jump on a Southwest flight, and you'll be there in an hour. So it's like, yeah, let's do that. %4 humidity outside today. You in the UK content? Yeah, I'd be lying if I said I hadn't, like, worked out where air conducting might go on the house if we were to ever do it. Is that what the shutters are for, David? Is it security, or is it to keep the heat out? Or is it a bit of both? 44, okay. That's not crazy, is it? Is it? I don't know. I don't really know what's considered normal. I'm not a weatherman. Right, equal time point is in 15 miles. At which point we will set ourselves up onto a different runway at Heathrow in the secondary flight plan, just in case there's a switch. I'm guessing if we're on 27 left, if there's a switch, we'll go to 09 left. If they decide to flip the runways. Doubt they will, but... Every half a mile, barrels of water. Wow. And they recommend to turn the car aircon off in case that overheats and causes a problem. That's nuts. They change ops at 1500 to the opposite runway, but if winds are done, they swap ends. Okay, so it would be 27 left would become 09 right is what I should put in. They'll keep on the same runway, but just swap the end. Is that what you're saying, Spag? It'll be interesting to see the weather change as we get nearer to Bergen, won't it? Okay, 09 right, it is. In fact, my equal time point's coming up now. As you can see, we're just exactly over it. So, cheers, Dave. So we'll go to secondary flight plan. And we'll put in... No, we won't. Start again. Secondary flight plan button. Copy the active. You see I've got EGLL 27 left here at the bottom. Tap into there. Arrival 09 right. And we'll still go via Bovingdon. My frames are feeling really good today. Yeah, look at that. I thought they were feeling good. Oh well, we'll take the win there, I suppose. There we go. So in the event of a runway change, instead of coming out at Bovingdon, we'll come down around and in on 09 right. And that's my plan. Contrail! Cost per contrail for GFX now is getting lower and lower for each stream we do. Arrival, refresh, apply. Okay, I'm going to do a little bit of work here. I'm going to look at this tablet while I type into my MCDU to save me going backwards and forwards. So, QNH into Heathrow is 1027. Temperature on the ground is 30 degrees already. Bloody hell. 220 and 8 for the wind. Navigraph says that's a 6 knot crosswind component, 5 knot headwind component. And come on, load my chart, please. Minimum's 277. Good. 37 miles till we descend. We're cracking on a bit now. No, probably not many are flying today because of the heat. That's all right, they can watch me instead. I'll capitalise on the heat. How you doing, Hobbs? Yeah, Flashy, I don't know what's going on. It just feels really good today. I mean, Doc, just to add to what you and Joanna are talking about, like whether you stay for a whole flight or whatever, I would much rather, let's say you want to do a 12-hour flight, but you've only got 3 hours to do it. I would much rather you used, as a VA owner, if you're doing it for the VA, obviously if you're not, do what you want. I would much rather people for the VA were to use time acceleration rather than go to bed. Because, you know, there are wasms that happen, there are other issues, there are people that oversleep. We won't name names. But and then you wait, you know, you aim for Heathrow and you end up somewhere over Germany. Or you just end up in a hold. I mean, definitely don't go to bed and leave VATSIM connected. Never, ever, ever, ever do that. But yeah, I would say stay in the cockpit if you're flying. Don't press autopilot and walk away. You want an aircon sponsorship? One of these days. One of these days. Bergen's ICAO is ENBR, I think. Oh my god. I'll have to mute that for a minute. So I've got the aircon set on 22 at the minute, and it seems to be constantly on, which tells me that it's not yet managed to achieve 22. But my aircon unit's under my desk where it's cooler. So the air that it sucks in is generally cooler air. So I'm surprised that it hasn't got that. There was an air knock guy a few weeks back flying to the US who ended up in the drink northwest of Scotland. Really? I don't recall seeing that. Was that for the VA or was that just on VATSIM? Right then, my plan. I feel like Navigraph's been a bit slow today. Will be 7,000 for Bovington. Heathrow traffic air not 606 Romeo, flight level 290 inbound Tobid. We're going to be descending for 7,000 feet for Bovingdon on the Nugra 2 Hotel, 27 left ILS, Heathrow. Right, I'm going to start descending now. Yeah, I would much rather see time acceleration used than somebody flying 12 hours while asleep. And I know the VA earns less money, because if it's a 10-hour flight worth 100 grand and you do time acceleration times 2, therefore it takes 5 hours and you get like 50 grand thereabouts. That's fine. Like, no problem with that at all. Seems fair and reasonable to me. But what we don't want is like messages coming through after the fact being like, oh, I don't know what happened. It's like, I know exactly what happened. You probably went to sleep or walked away. You look at the you can tell a lot from the flight data that New Sky provides. A lot from the flight data. You generally know when you're being spun a tail. Which is a shame. There goes that VNAV. He was in an A350. Say no more, Jerry. Say no more. Right, is there anything I need to be aware of coming into Heathrow? Not a thing, is there? Unicom and Heathrow generally don't mix in my experience. I think a lot of it is because you've got 2 runways, you therefore got the possibility for somebody to take the wrong runway. Or for there to be a... You know, like they program in one runway at the start of their flight and it changes and everyone else moves and then they don't. Gatwick I find a little bit more civilised in that sense because there's only... I know there's 2, but there's only really 1, isn't there? You picked up the 747-200F yesterday from Felis. Not heard of that one, Art. Hello, Gavster. Too hot for ATC to bother. Yeah. Could be an interesting one this today, couldn't it? On that basis. Like, it could be a bit of a nothingy day. My hope is that people will be more inclined to watch on YouTube than sim themselves and therefore watch me. Oh, for X-Plane. Sorry. That'll explain it, Arbs.
Landing in traffic, ET7701 is taxiing to runway.
Would you ever want to do a world tour?
Delta and Alpha, ready.
I mean, we do have world tours on the VA, Bobby. Perhaps not specifically in the way that you've described. It would have to all be short haul. Like, I wouldn't fancy doing much in the way of long, to be honest with you. It's just not my thing. Like, this is way more interesting what we're doing right now than 8 hours of nothing. That's the thing. I would have to have something else to do. Like, we'd have to figure out something to do for like 8 hours. Which is a lot, right? I'd almost need another PC in here that I could do some gaming on. Need something like that. I was going to say, OG, I was literally thinking Halo. Like, we could play through, like, the Master Chief collection on Legendary or something dumb like that, you know, some sort of, like, gaming challenge we can do on the way. Bit of Forza, you know the drill. And then we can kind of, like, where I am now, sort of down here, if I wave, we could almost, like, put the sim where I am, and then put me where the cockpit view is, over here. So you can still see what the plane's up to. And we're still monitoring the flight, because I would probably be... I'd be over here. Like this. And then obviously, it's only there. But that would mean having a third PC kicking out heat. It's bad enough having the streaming PC going as well as the sim PC. In an ideal world, I would prefer to have just the sim PC that does the stream as well. But we've tried that and we've ran into issues in the past. That's the problem. It's all okay while it's okay, but then it quickly becomes not okay. Okay, let's get some flaps out. Just help us keep things under control a bit with the speed, because we are struggling a bit. Alright, sop it, 150. We're looking good. One thing I didn't do. Change that to below. It's doing alright, Mike. It's not doing too bad. It is constantly working, mind. Oh, I've just realised I can turn the fan speed up. God, flipping heck. Yeah, that's going for it now. Wowzers. Right, so there's somebody who is coming up. Yeah, there you are. You're fine. You're a good 20 miles away. Looks like... It looks like... Only one I might clash with is that Swiss. Although... Ooh, yeah, maybe I'll... And then we got shuttle... Yeah, so we need to keep an eye on this Swiss plane. I will aim to filter in behind them if necessary. What I'll do is I'll vector from Delta 1 to 5 Sierra if I have to. Yeah, this could be quite tight, this. I'm going to put in some miles in between us. Yeah, Bobby, that was always sort of the plan, really, with the tours. We wanted to give long haulers something, but we appreciate that long haul isn't for a lot of people. But then those that like it really, really like it. So, yeah, it's just trying to keep everyone happy, really. Hard to know what to do for the best sometimes, so we do both. SWR, is that Swiss? SWR, is that Swiss? I think it is. It'd be nice if they gave you a little translation. Not sure about this Swiss. I think it's Swiss. Is SWR Swiss? They're at 7,000 feet, I'm at 9. They might just beat us to it, you know, it might just be alright. Because I've got to kind of come out and around, and I'm guessing they're just going to go straight in. SWR is Swiss. Thank you. That's alright, we'll keep an eye on them. I will extend my downwind if necessary. Swiss 338 Air 606 Romeo, we will extend our downwind to let you go first.
Kilo traffic 3474 kilo level passing 1000 maximum for the departure next day. Kilo traffic 270 taxi into terminal 585 taxiway now sir.
We're doing a tour at the minute, Bobby, believe it or not. This is part of the Heathrow Hoppers tour. Because I'm on VATSIM now, I heard you speak twice. Ah, yeah, that happens.
Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 21 Bravo, heavy pushing back onto Charlie from stand 552.
Right, I've got them on radar, so I think we're going to be alright, because they're going to turn straight in. We've got to come all the way out and get to where they already are. So actually, this is going to work out quite nicely. Can we see their contrail? That's the question. Now we're running GFX. There'll be a video tonight, by the way, on GFX. Not a particularly long one, about 6 or 7 minutes long. It's tricky. Basically, on YouTube, to get more money, you have to make videos over 8 minutes. So, next time you're looking around and you see a creator's video that's like 8 minutes and 4 seconds, it might be genuinely that length. I've done some. I've done some that happen to be exactly that length. However, there are some videos that I've watched where it's like you see an 8-minute and 2-second video, and it's just like waffle, 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 waffle. It's like, why didn't you just make it 4 minutes and not waste my time? Yeah, I saw the video, it was like, I don't know, 6 minutes and something by the time I was finished it, and I was like, oh damn, that's a pity, I'm not going to make any money on that one, but whatever. I'd sooner that than waste all of your time just ribbiting on about nothing. So look forward to that. Yeah, Bobby, there's those two. We've got the Pole to Pole tour, we've got the European Capitals tour, we've got, I mean, Joanna's done about like, I've lost count of how many Joanna's done, to be honest. What you need to do, Bobby, is go into the Search Airlines page on New Sky. The UI is really bad. So go into the Search Airlines where it brings up all the airlines, go to the Air Not one, then there'll be an awards thing, then you'll see them all. And once you've started one, it'll appear in your My Awards tab.
African Route 301, airborne, crossing 800 feet.
We need some more drag. I'm going to get my speed down as well to 180 knots. I always find it quite hard coming into Heathrow to manage the energy. Just checking no one's spawned in on me. We don't want a KLM situation again, do we?
Heathrow traffic, 638, final runway 7 left.
Alright, let's go flaps 2. Get that speed all the way down, please and thank you. So we need to be at 180 knots now, according to the star. Heathrow traffic, Air 606 Romeo, turning base, 27 left.
Will shortly be landing. Please ensure your cabin bag is safely stowed with your laptop inside. Your tray table must be stowed.
Where's that? Is that, what park is that? Is that the one at Buckingham Palace at the end or not? I haven't got a clue.
Please help us by handing in any rubbish, newspapers.
Literally have no idea where I am.
The toilets are no longer in service. Thank you.
No clue. Thank you, Tundra. Appreciate it. Heathrow traffic, Air 606 Romeo, turning onto final now for 27 left, 10 miles to run, Heathrow.
Heathrow traffic, runway 27 left, clear.
Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 21 November, taxiing to runway 27 right via Charlie and Alpha. Heathrow.
Okay, 160 knots. We'll maintain that until 5. Let's go flaps full.
Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 213 after the company 777 passes behind on Charlie. We should start from gate 554 face north.
Approach mode is armed, so we've got a VLS of 142, VAP of 147, gear down. Lights on. Hey, doing, Jeds? I mean, the 9 score is sort of there for a good reason. Because if you're not consistently scoring above 9, it probably means, I don't mean this harshly, it probably means you're not quite ready. And if you do manage to fluke it in, despite not being quite ready, usually what happens then is I start getting messages begging for forgiveness, asking to be let back in if an automatic suspension's been handed out, and it gets super awkward. So, it's there for a reason. Okay, let's go to final approach speed. Heathrow traffic Air 606 Romeo, 5 miles, 27 left. Go around altitude is set. Hey, what we didn't do was our weights.
The traffic, speed of 55 Romeo, pushing back, sound 511 to face north.
So brake will be fine here. Come on in, let's do it.
Above.
What is going on my runway? Why is it melted?
Minimum.
Continue.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20. Retard. 5.
Down you go. Why is my nose staying up? Ah, there goes my engine. Must reinstall the Phoenix, because apparently that fixes it. Right, where are we going from here? It's going to be a right-hand turn onto Alpha or Bravo. Never quite sure which one to take, to be honest with you.
So Heathrow traffic, speedbird 15 kilo, start up and push back. Facing south, runway 327.
Heathrow traffic Air 606 Romeo, 27 left vacated. Here's Buffalo. And Heathrow traffic, Air 606 Romeo, taxiing to stand 242 via Bravo and Lima, Heathrow. Couldn't get a word in edgeways then, everyone on frequency. I've got 2 Heathrows installed. Why have I got 2 Heathrows installed? I should not have 2 Heathrows installed. That's why it looked crap. We must get rid of that. I could have sworn I'd disabled it in my thing. Maybe Sim Update 5 undid all that. Oh, that's annoying. So, why did that landing go better than some of my past ones? Because I went for 3 reds on the pappies. And that can be worrying because you think, oh god, if I get 4 reds, that's going to be really bad. Well, no, because 4 reds equals 3 reds.
213, taxi, Charlie and Alpha, 4 runway 27 right.
If you think about it in those terms.
Yeah, drive X 55 for Romeo's taxi and via Alpha to hold Alpha 3 for 27 right.
I think I must be owed a coffee after that incredible performance. Mind you, New Sky will probably say I did a tail strike or something now, won't they? Even though I didn't. Clean the wing up.
Ladies and gentlemen, the cabin...
Come on, single engine. Get a move on. We've got a long way to go yet. Got to get all the way past Terminal 3. We're shooting for Terminal 2. Terminal 2B is kind of like our unofficial hangout at Heathrow.
21 November, lining up. Runway 27 right via Alpha 3.
That's not bad. Nice little start to the stream, that. Hopefully we can have a nice landing into Bergen as well. Although, like Grumpy was saying, the scenery is apparently a bit iffy at the moment. Post Sim Update 5, in the same way that Alicante has got a bit weird post Sim Update 5. So Sim Update 5 remains the gift that keeps on giving. And I sort of don't really get it, because Sim Update 4 was fine. It's almost like, just leave it alone, guys. It's pretty much there, right? Fix your pappies. Make sure your ILS is always aligned with your pappies. Sort that out. Sort the VRAM out. I wouldn't go changing too much else.
Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 213 will give way to the company traffic on Alpha and then continue behind.
Greetings, fellow.
Thank you very much. That's 554 of me.
No one stress.
From low, that is that Vienna? I mean, to be honest, content, you park where you want, like, but it's just kind of where we always end up.
Nice to see you, Trevor.
You too, mate. Hope you're well.
All good, thanks. Yourself?
Yeah, not so bad. Buddy.
Vienna.
Good.
Oh, listen to that. Honestly, that's what I love about Flight Sim. Is the people that you meet. People that you've never met in your life. But equally, there's something between you. Isn't that lovely? Right. Where am I going? Terminal 2B, stand 2, 4... What did I say? 2. Rudely taking up a heavy thing. But never mind.
Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 21 November is taking off on the 27 right, departure to the west, Compton 3 Foxtrot.
That's pretty good going. It's less than an hour from Dublin to here. Done alright today.
Heathrow traffic, speed 14, double Charlotte, short final, and 37 left, Heathrow traffic.
Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 15 kilo, taxi to runway 27 right via Golf, Foxtrot, Echo and Alpha to hold point Alpha 3 to traffic.
This will be ascent. Lima. Did I remember to start the APU? Yeah, I did. That's one good thing about this overhead panel. Well, one of many good things about it is that it's very much in my eye line, so you sort of know what's going on. What I'm going to do next is probably get a wider camera view to kind of get the whole cockpit view in. Alright, predictive wind shear is off. Come on, single engine, you can do it. Let's give you a bit more welly. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. What we might do for tonight's stream, it might be a little bit of a test stream in a certain way, because apparently I'm now eligible to do Twitch vertical. So the vertical that I spit out to YouTube, I can also now send to Twitch. However, I need to completely redo my OBS setup in order to make it work, because you need to make Twitch like the primary connection, and then YouTube is a secondary, where at the moment, YouTube's the main one, and Twitch kind of hangs off the side. But apparently I need to flip that. So that might not be a bad idea for us to do that tonight. And then we can have a nice little time. We go, round we go. 242. Come on, single engine. Honestly, like, you take rid of one of the engines, get rid of one of the engines, and just doing a turn, the plane just kind of stops. YouTube first. I mean, it shouldn't make any difference. It shouldn't make any difference to your experience. It's just, when you click on Manage Broadcast in OBS, like the main stream, it comes up, it basically goes over to YouTube and brings in my stream, and I select the one that I scheduled.
It's 554 Romeo, it's line up for waiting runway 27 right for Alpha 3.
So yeah, it's just a little... It's a technical detail, but it's one that I'm concerned about doing in case it mucks everything up. So I've decided that I'm due a coffee. So we'll get the plane unloading. We'll have a little bit of a chill while we get loaded up. I'll grab a coffee. Oh, too far. Engines off. New Sky seems to be working much nicer today.
Cabin crew disarmed.
Yeah, I've got Navigraph content. It's totally worth it. Yes, 10 out of 10. Hell yeah. Let's go. 15k for the airline. Great touchdown. Right on the money. That's what we want. That's what we want. Of course we do. That's what we want. Now, there isn't like a tour flight for the next one, so we're just going to do a free flight. Oh, can we do a scheduled flight?
554 Romeo is taking off from my 27 right.
Can we do a scheduled flight out of Heathrow?
Heathrow traffic, Skipper 213
Yes! There's a scheduled flight.
Behind the departing company, A320.
I will need to change into a different Airbus though. That's alright, we can do that. We'll back out. And we'll do that. Perfect. We'll give ourselves half an hour, shall we? Before we need to go. Book the flight. Perfect. Right, disconnect from VATSIM then. Let's back out of here because we need to change planes. We need to go into a slightly different model of Airbus, so we need to be in the CFM with wing fence rather than CFM and sharklets. 321 CFM wing fence. Boff. There we go. We'll go back to stand 242. No, we're not. We're going to go back. We're going to go back. Oh, where do I go? How do I get into the thing? No. No. Marketplace? My library. I need to get rid of Heathrow. Installed. I want to get rid of the default Heathrow because I think that's part of my performance issues. EGLL by Builds. No, on all streamed. There we go. So we need to... Okay, so that's selected. More options. Disable. There we go. Cool. Back into free flight. I think a really nice thing that they could do is if you scroll your mouse wheel over the map before you've clicked on free flight, if they just put you into a free flight, that would be really nice. Do I make more on YouTube than I do on Twitch? Yeah, only because on YouTube I've got a huge back catalogue of videos that, you know, just every day there's views. Even if each video only gets like 200 views a day. There's so many of them that it adds up at this point. If that makes sense. And obviously like the lives and the YouTube. So the lives are weird because I've got like 2,000 followers on Twitch and 33,000 subs on YouTube. Now, as a ratio, in terms of those that pay versus the amount you've got subscribed, or following in Twitch's language, Twitch is way better, but then Twitch is only live, so it is going to favour that, because there's a lot of people that sub to YouTube that have got no interest in any of the lives we do at all, because they're there for the videos. Does that make sense? God, Phoenix takes forever. What do you mean, James? As in, some people don't like the lives. Yeah, honestly, like... I mean, think about it. Look how many viewers we've got now. I don't know how many viewers we've got. To be honest, I don't look. I find it unhealthy to look. I sort of get all like in my head about it. But if we got 33,000 people subbed and you got like, what? Maybe 40 in here? I don't know how many's in here at the minute. Maybe less. That's 33,000 potential people and double digits turning up. Like, most people on YouTube want to watch a video. Now, those that love the streams really love the streams. Like, quite often I'll get messaged, like, people will just DM me on either on YouTube in a comment or on Discord, being like, when's the next stream? When's the next stream? When's the next stream? When are you flying next? When are you flying next? Are you flying tonight? Where are you, is there going to be 2 flights tonight or just 1 flight? How often are you going to fly? What's your stream schedule? Like, they're so into it. It's like, you need to chill out a little bit almost. But like, yeah. But most people, vast majority, couldn't care less about the streams. Righty-ho. Let's start all over again, shall we? Battery 1. Battery 2. Right, that's good. Another leg indeed, Flashy. Aiden's in as well. Ding. So yeah, it's a constant balance between making a video and doing the streams. Like, I love doing the streams. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not whinging at all. It's one of my favourite things to do in the world, is to stream. However, you do need to balance that with making videos, because videos get you through the rough patches. Right, have I done my flight plan? Yes, I have. Let's go to view my flight plan then. So we should be there by about 2 o'clock, hour and a half in the air. Perfect. They've had to limit our cargo because reasons. It's fair enough. 27 right for departure. 35 into Bergen. Let's get ourselves filed. Air Knot 1011. That'll do. Let's file that then. Grumpy found an amazing solution for the overhead panel. Oh, the ceiling mount. Yeah. Right. So, Wingflex obviously provide the panel that you can't see right now, but it's up there. I'll try and move my camera in a second and show you. So they sell a desk mountable thingy, which isn't too far removed from one of those budget monitor stands that you get off Amazon, except it's just got a much longer pole to obviously get the thing over your monitor and then out over. And they wanted like 160 bucks for it, albeit it was on sale for 129. But even at 129, I was like, really? For that? Like, these are like under 20 quid on Amazon for the monitor version, which is just a slightly shorter version. I was like, I can't do that. And they didn't send one as part of the review, which is fair enough. They don't have to do that. But even though I didn't pay for the overhead because it was a review sample, still a bit like, I don't know if I can spend that on, you know. That seems a lot. Anyway, Grumpy had a great idea about getting a cinema projector ceiling mount. So if I move my little thingy here. Cheers, Graham. I don't know if you can see it. Whoops. There we go. There's my overhead panel. And that little mount. Sorry if the lights are blinding you. That is 12 quid off Amazon, that mount. And it's like metal. I thought it's going to turn up, it's going to be like plastic and rubbish. And for 12 quid, like, what do you expect? It's not. It's made of metal. It's amazing. So I put this plank of wood, which is an offcut of my kitchen floor that I fitted last summer. So that kind of spans the two rafters in my roof. And then it hangs off of that. And it's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. So well done, Grumpy. 12 quid on Amazon. I just hope that it can hold the wind control one when that comes out, because that looks an awful lot bigger and probably an awful lot heavier. What do I think about the new Cyber Tourist base? Wonder if I should get this or the Moser. I've got no idea. I've not tried it. My immediate thought is that the Moser does everything I want it to do. I don't look at my Moser base and be like, oh, I wish it did so and so. Then it'd be perfect. Like, it's kind of already perfect. The only thing that wind control can do is A, match the quality in the feel, and B, compete on price. So if they do those two things, then I guess they get the recommendation going forward. It's really like a game of price at the moment. When do I think the overhead will release? No idea. Not from wind control. Anyone's guessing it. Luke, I've got the... Oh, God, what's it called? Oh, what's it called? Hold that thought. I've got the box upstairs. I'm going to go and make a coffee in a minute, and then I'll go and look at the box, and I'll tell you. Why are you not loading? You were fine in Dublin, now you're being a pain. Quest boarding. Okay, so it's doing something now. What's it called, that thing? It's going to annoy me now. It's like a 15-port powered USB hub, and I know some people don't like those, but it's been alright so far. Weirdly though, my Moser kit doesn't like it. If you put my Moser kit into a powered hub, they just don't appear. So I run those on a separate little mini 4-port USB hub that is not powered, and they seem quite happy. So the AB9 and my rudder pedals, I keep separate to the powered USB hub. Yeah. So on that basis, I'm going to go and get a cup of coffee. Good heavens, that's loud. I'm going to go get a cup of coffee, and I'll find out what that hub is, and I'll bring the box out and show you. I'll be back in a mo. And then we'll go to Bergen.
Traffic, if you please get off extra line up for takeoff, runway 0 over at 2 departure counter.
Heathrow traffic for 5 Foxtrot. We'll be doing touch and go to 7 Heathrow.
Heathrow traffic schedule 40 Bravo Bravo, taxi approaching pushing expecting after I
Covered something the Broadway 1 moment for a Ron and
Traffic, if you please get off extra line 2 0 counter.
Alright, I'm back. The hub is a Sabrent 16-port USB 3 data hub and charger with individual switches up to 90 watts. One of them. That's what 'tis. Right, are we loaded yet? We're nowhere near loaded. Why is there only 58 boarded? God. We're never going to make it out of here. Alright, Atsu, AOC, flight init data request. Could I please explain the add-on for cinematic camera movements? Yeah, chase plane. It's basically a button you can map and then it gives you immediate cinematics. Oh, I need to do my pop-outs. Right, you get to see this work live, or not work, as the case may be. Please don't fail now, because that would suck. Okay, it's looking promising. Come on. There we go. Good. So, QNH here at Heathrow remains, or has it changed? 1027.
Heathrow traffic survey 4 to Papa Bravo, Texas Alpha, Horner Points, Alpha 3, runway 27 off Heathrow.
Beautiful. Alright, flight plan is in. Init page. Init request. Flight number is Air 1011. I'm presuming a cost index of 60. No, 5. That's weird. Surprised me. Pop you in there. And 350, it looks like. Would like to check in here as well.
Heathrow traffic. Speedbird 492, uniform Sun 519, pushing back place in safe. Correction, east.
Have we taken off? No, we have not. We are sorting out the plane. Oh, blimey. So we're doing the is it Brookmans or Brooklands Park? Brookmans Park 7 Foxtrot. Weirdly, we've got a 1 knot tailwind currently into Bergen, which is interesting. So we'll see what that does when we get there. Insert the wind, flight plan, Heathrow, departing on 27 right, Brooklands Park 7 Foxtrot into Bergen. Whoopsie. Into Bergen, we'll do the ILS 35 Whiskey on the Aluva 2 Papa, and we will transition at Rivap. It's looking good. Out of Heathrow, secondary flight plan, init page, EGLL/EGLL. Pop that in the from and the to. Press the secondary flight plan button again. Go into your secondary flight plan. Let's put in our departure again on the Brookmans Park 7 Foxtrot. Press return into the arrival version of Heathrow, and we'll do 27 left ILS in case we need to come back. Look at us go. Are we fueled? It would seem that we are. Fuel pump's on. How many are we waiting for? Okay, bags are on. Nearly. Just waiting for that last bit to go on. Oh, there's someone next to me. Who's next to me? Who's that next to me? Oh, we got tower on. As of 4 minutes ago. Happy days. Who's that? Darren. Nice. 111 118 505. 118505. Don't have an ATIS yet, do we? Or do we? Let's give that a refresh. We might do.
Heathrow Tower, Lufthansa 918, runway 27 left, ILS established, hello. Lufthansa 918, Heathrow Tower, hello. Wind is variable at 7 knots, runway 27 left, clear to land. Clear to land, runway 27 left, Lufthansa 918.
Heathrow Tower, good morning. Air 1011, stand 242, aircraft type A321. Not sure what information it is yet because we can't see the ATIS with IFR to Bergen.
Air 1011, Heathrow Tower, hello. Information Alpha is now up. The clearance is to Bergen, Brookmans Park, 7 Foxtrot departure, squawk 1152.
Information Alpha on board, thank you, and clear to Bergen on the Brookmans Park 7 Foxtrot, squawk 1152, Air 1011.
Air 1011, read back correct.
1152. Good. Squawk is in. Make sure it is actually in. Yes, it is. Yes, we're going to get a bit of tower.
Heathrow Tower, good morning. Speedbird 492, taxiing Alpha to Alpha 3.
Speedbird 492, Heathrow Tower, hello. Clearance to Gibraltar, Gogsy 2 Foxtrot departure, squawk 1322.
Seatbelts on.
Roger, Gogsy 2 Fox departure, squawk 1322 for Speedbird 492.
Speedbird 492, read back correct, hold Alpha 3.
Roger, hold Alpha 3, Speedbird 492.
So we need to go below 6,000 for our departure, so we'll do that. Put that in the box.
Hello, Heathrow Tower, Air 106, stand 543, information.
Good, we're loaded. Send that to the MCDU. 27 right, sync the load sheet, sync the weather. Flaps 2 up 0.7, 162 of a VR and V2.
006, Heathrow Tower, hello. Cleared Bergen, Brookmans Park, 7 Foxtrot departure, and squawk is 4457.
8.6 tons of fuel is loaded. That's good. Performance data has come across as well. Good. Let's get the beacon on.
Departure is the Bergen, 7 Foxtrot departure, squawk 44.
Look at that contrail up there. It's GFX doing its thing.
Air 1006, read back correct.
Feels a bit wrong to be drinking coffee,
492, runway 27 right.
but I do like it.
Variable 7 knots, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 27 right, Speedbird 492.
Just want to check the ATIS that's now up. Departure runway 27 right. Perfect. Let's go Bergen.
918, taxi, second right Bravo, kilo, stand 219.
Of course, we need to think about lunch options as well. I don't really want to do anything that involves heat, but then I don't really have a lot of other options. Unless we just have a sandwich.
So hello, Speedbird 492 uniform, taxi up fire Alpha to 27 right. Speedbird 492 uniform, Heathrow Tower, hello. Clear Gibraltar, Gogsy 2 Foxtrot departure, squawk 2054.
One's off to Gibraltar, eh?
Roger, clear to Gibraltar, Golf C2 Foxtrot departure, squawking 2054.
There's loads of people around. There's another air knot over there. Charlie, love to see it.
Air knot 10, start.
Air knot 100.
Put all you lot off to Gibraltar.
Your transponder set with the correct squawk.
Heathrow Tower, 242 Papa Bravo, 100 Alpha 3.
Speedbird 42 Papa Bravo, Heathrow Tower, hello. Cleared to Warsaw, Brookman's Park 7.
Give it a go, Ben. YouTube might automatically hide it, but like, I don't know, mate, to be honest.
6410 Speedbird 42 Papa Bravo.
Speedbird 42 Papa Bravo, read back correct.
Air knot 1006, now, start.
Air knot 1006, Roger, stand 543, push and start approved, face north.
Push and start approved, air knot 1006, face north.
And tower N at 1011 at stand 242, ready for push and start.
Air knot 1011, stand 242, push and start approved, face north.
Push and start approved, face north, N at 1011. Continue pushback.
Heathrow Tower, good afternoon. This is Air Knot 82 at stand 241 with information Alpha requesting IFR clearance to Bergen.
Air knot 82 Heathrow Tower, hello. Cleared to Bergen, Brookman's Park 7 Foxtrot departure, squawk 1157.
Key to Bergen by the Brooklands Park 7 Foxtrot departure, squawk 1157.
Engine 1 start.
Air Knot 82.
Air knot 82, read back correct. Speedbird 42 Papa Bravo, runway 27 right, wind variable at 7 knots, clear for takeoff.
0 quick takeoff, Speedbird 42 Papa Bravo.
Speedbird 4902, monitor advisory 122.8, bye.
Advisory 1228, thanks for your help, Speedbird 4902.
Airbus A321.
Now is New Sky going to do its thing for us like it did last time? It's technically a second leg, isn't it? So even though we backed out.
Speedbird 4902, uniform
Don't know.
Alpha 3, and behind the departing company A320, line up and wait, runway 27 right behind. Line up and wait, 27 right behind the company, Speedbird 4902, uniform.
Okay, I'll start it.
The card found in your seat. The brace position.
Look at those contrails.
If you
Flaps
hear
2.
Brace, brace. There are 8 emergency exits on this aircraft. The cabin crew are now pointing out the exits nearest to you. Please be aware that your nearest usable exit may be behind you.
Please set parking
Emergency
brakes.
lighting will guide you
Brakes
to
out.
an exit. In an emergency, leave all baggage on board. Your seatbelt is fastened, adjusted, and released as shown. It must be fastened whenever the seatbelt
What a
signs
sound.
on. Keep it fastened at all times. If the air supply fails, masks will drop from above you. Pull a mask towards you to start the oxygen. Put the mask over your nose and mouth and breathe normally.
Can you hear
Hold
that?
the mask in place.
I can hear my phone going like diddle-diddle-diddle-diddle through the mic, I think.
Put on your own mask before helping others. If we land on water, take a life jacket.
Yeah, Joanna, I make that point in the video. Like, no hate towards Sim. Like, thank God they did make it, but it's a bit annoying that Sobo didn't.
Right is clear.
Heathrow Tower, hello, this is Speedbird 708, stand 518, requesting aircraft clearance, destination airport, Larnaca, pass, with information Bravo on board.
The cabin crew
Speedbird 708, Heathrow Tower, hello, roger. Speedbird 492, uniform, runway 27 right, surface wind variable, 7 knots, clear for takeoff. 27 right, clear for takeoff, Speedbird 492, uniform. Speedbird 708, cleared to Larnaca, Detling 2 Foxtrot departure, squawk 7536.
Clear to destination at 5, that means Foxtrot departure, squawk 7536, previous radio.
Speedbird 708, read back correct.
And we are ready to push and start, 08.
Speedbird 708, stand 518, push and start approved, face north.
Taking off, push and start approved, Speedbird 708.
Tower Air 1011, ready for taxi.
Air 1011, taxi second right Alpha, hold Alpha 4.
Second right Alpha, hold Alpha 4, Air 1011.
And out 1006,
Air 1006, straight ahead, hold Charlie, correction, hold short of Bravo.
Come on in, let's roll. Got to get to Bergen. Important business in Bergen. Ben, I'm just using the freeware one from Flight Sim TO. But in my experience, that one's been pretty damn good. Nice easy taxi. Alpha 4. Which actually means we should do an intersection.
N02 looking for push and start.
Not that it changes an awful lot.
Push and start approved, face north, N02.
Speedbird 40 Romeo Bravo, correction 40 Papa Bravo, monitor advisory 122.8 space.
So nice having two engines.
122 flight, 40 Papa Bravo, good luck.
Ah, nice one, Ben. Yeah, I love it. Although, I did get an issue reported by one of our pilots yesterday that post Sim Update 5, it's gone a bit wonky. So we'll see what we get when we get there. It might be that we are okay, or it might be that we are also going to suffer the same problems.
Speedbird 492 uniform, monitor advisory.
Do you not get a little bit in the box, Roy? Like a little test reel or anything?
Speedbird 492 uniform, good morning.
Heathrow Tower, November 5 on Foxtrot.
November 5 Papa Foxtrot, Heathrow Tower, hello, pass message.
Oh, you can contact me.
November 5 Papa Foxtrot, AFM, what are your intentions?
We were just flying out of Heathrow towards Amsterdam, VFR.
November 5 Papa Foxtrot, sorry, say again your destination?
Amsterdam, Echo Hotel, Alpha Mike.
November 5 Papa Foxtrot, roger, and are you departing on the current leg or are you coming back for another sort of touch and go or landing?
Papa Foxtrot, we're departing via present heading out of the CTR and then fly the coastline towards Amsterdam.
November 5 Papa Foxtrot, roger. And just to let you know, your flight plan is for VFR, Heathrow to Heathrow.
Well, I'll just change that to Amsterdam. Thanks for letting me know, though, Papa Foxtrot.
Thank you. Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 478, radio check. Speedbird 478, Tower, hello, readability 5.
Let's wait here for a minute.
KLM 31 Alpha Tower. From Alpha 4, runway 27 right, wind variable 7 knots, clear for takeoff.
Fire Alpha 4, 27 right, clear for takeoff, Air 1011.
Head up to 1006, continue taxi, right Bravo, hold at Titan.
Heathrow Tower, Air North 82, looking 2 taxi.
Air North 82, taxi second right Alpha, hold Alpha 4.
Second right Alpha, hold Alpha 4, Air North 82.
Oh, good shout. Here we go.
November 5 Papa Foxtrot. Oh, disregard.
From 5 Papa Foxtrot, sorry, I was just disconnecting when I heard my call sign. Can you say again, please?
November 5 Papa Foxtrot, no worries. Just received your new flight plan now, and if you're going to be departing the zone and not re-entering, then monitor advisory 122.8. Good afternoon.
Secure advisory, good afternoon. We'll see you next time from 5 Papa Foxtrot.
Mavflex 48. SRS green, runway green, auto thrust blue. Right, we must remember to pull back a bit more this time. V1. Rotate. That's better. Positive climb. Gear up. See you, Heathrow.
Speed for 81 Victor, on the localizer for around 271.
Speedbird 81 Victor, Heathrow Tower, hello. Continue approach runway 27 left, number 1, and the wind is variable at 7 knots.
Continue approach 27 knots, 51 Victor.
Levers climb.
Air Knots 1006, taxi left Lima, right Alpha, hold Alpha 4.
Left Lima, Alpha 4, and Alpha 106.
Air Knots 1011, monitor advisory 122.8.
Left advisory 122.8. Thanks for everything. See ya.
Heathrow Tower, good day. Speedbird 478 with information.
Heathrow traffic, Air Knot 1011, airborne out of 27 right, passing 2,300, Brooklands Park, 7 Foxtrot departure, Heathrow. Clean speed reached. Beautiful views today. Cheers, DJ. Look at that, flying while drinking coffee. What a legend. Okay, let's wrap it round to the right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your seatbelt fastened whilst the seatbelt sign is on. We recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever you are seated. Toilets are located at each end of the cabin. Remember that smoking is not permitted at any time. This includes...
Alright, let's let the autopilot take it from here. Now, we need to stay at 6,000 feet according to the SID up until another 20 miles. However, we will take a view on traffic. Okay, that one's going to Amsterdam. No need to worry about that. I think we're going to be just fine if we start shooting up now. Heathrow traffic, Air 1011, Brooklands Park 7, Foxtrot, inbound Charlie Hotel Tango. We're going to climb now, flight level 350, final call Heathrow. Standard pressure. Oh, the Boris sound pack's amazing. Just started flying on Xbox, but you suck at flying. We all did to start with. We all have bad days, like even those of us that have been doing it for ages. I wouldn't beat yourself up about it. Don't beat yourself up. I mean, honestly, that's what keeps me coming back, is like the fact that I'm still not perfect. And, like, every landing remains a challenge. Different weather conditions, like the day that I can just slam it down like an autopilot perfectly on the touchdown markers every single time is probably the day that I think, you know what, I'm probably done with this. Because boredom is going to kick in. Just ask David about Brussels. I don't know what you're talking about, OG. That's one thing you got to learn about the people in YouTube chat, DJ, is that some of them are just horrific liars. Right, according to the trip computer, we're going to be into Bergen at 10 to 2 UK time, which is approximately an hour and 25. You're going to Arequipa. Is that how you say that? In Peru. Wow, yeah. $10,000 feet. Let's let him out. Get that drink service started. Let's earn us some money. Money, money, money. That'd be a cool thing for New Sky if they, like, if we could have our own little catering menu and set our own prices for the food. And based on how expensive the food is, how many people would buy it, based on the route, based on demographics, based on... There's a lot of cool stuff you could do there. EasyJet, apparently, actually have... The reason why they have quite generally high-end brand names on board is actually a conscious decision, because you kind of they appeal to kind of, there's kind of two frames of mind you could take. It's like, I've spent as little as possible on the flight, therefore I've flown EasyJet, therefore I'm spending nothing on board because I'm all about saving money. They're not your customers anyway, even if you serve cheap rubbish. Then you've got people that are like, well, I've saved so much on the flight, I might as well treat myself to a nice coffee, a nice little toasty, a nice little this, nice little that, so then they'll pay it. Which makes sense when you think about it. So DJ's saying, I'm new to flight sim scene. Is it true there are players who play as ATC? Yeah. So I don't know if you were... I don't know how long you've been in the stream, DJ, but when we just came out of Heathrow, we were talking to a tower controller. So we're connected to what's called VATSIM, which is a network that you connect to, where you've got air traffic controllers online, and obviously all your other pilots. Unfortunately, you can't do that on Xbox, and I'm sorry, but there's no way to do it at the moment. But all these people, this is vatsim-radar.com, all these people all around the world that are connected to VATSIM right now. All those blue planes are VATSIM flyers. Now, you can see you've got like the T's, the G's and the A's. That's airports where there are controllers online. So you can see here there's a T on Heathrow for tower. And that's who we were just talking to, Harrison, who got us airborne out of Heathrow. Taxied us around the place, all very nice indeed. The A's and ATIS. So that's kind of like the information that you need to know about the airport. Things like QNH pressure, what runways are in use. So always check the ATIS when you're coming into an airport. Although, if there's not an air traffic controller online for that airport, for example, over here, London City, no one's online, you'd then be on Unicom, which is a frequency that you're supposed to tune to if you're not under control of ATC. At which point you're supposed to negotiate with other pilots and make an appropriate plan. Generally, I would check Flight Radar 24 and see what they're doing in the real world. Yeah, it's interesting. You also get like controllers or center controllers in America. Let's see if we can find one. Here you go. So this big blue blotch in Romania, you've got Bucharest radar. So the minute you could be at like 30,000 feet, and the minute you cross over, you'll be under this controller's control until either you pass through the airspace and then you'll be handed off over to Unicom again, or if you're going to, say, Bucharest Airport, that controller will bring you all the way in. And because there's no ground and no tower online at Bucharest Airport, this radar controller will do the job of tower and ground. Whereas at Heathrow, there's only a tower controller online and not a ground controller. So it goes ground, tower, and then to like a radar or center controller. So tower is doing the job of ground, but tower cannot do the job of London control that goes above. So it's like a top-down system. So yeah, it's really interesting. And right now, obviously, we are just off to this one side of Stansted, and you can see there's nothing online. So we're on Unicom 122.8, where we're supposed to basically cooperate with other pilots and try not to make a mess of it all. So generally the plane will keep an eye out for traffic. That will appear on our radar if there's anything nearby. If it gets too close, the plane will be like, traffic, 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 and then get out of the way. In an ideal world, you would all be communicating. Like, we're all just following our flight plans at the moment, but like when we get nearer to Bergen, which is all the way up here, ENBR, I will say that I'm going to descend. When it's time to descend, I will make a call on Unicom to tell other pilots nearby that I'm coming into runway 35 at Bergen. I'm using the Aluva to Papa arrival. I'm going to transition at the Rivat waypoint. So you say all that, you announce your intentions, and then if anyone's got a big problem with that, they can call back and be like, hey, actually, we're going to clash at this waypoint or whatever. Or, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And you work it out. Weirdly, some people think Unicom's easier. And like ATC being online is kind of scary, but I would argue it's the complete opposite. If you've got ATC online, there's no guesswork. You don't have to negotiate with other pilots, and let me tell you, not all pilots are willing to negotiate. They are just like following the track that their flight plan says, and that is it. In some cases, pilots, I've known it before. I did a flight into Edinburgh once, and I was coming in from this direction, from the sort of heading west. And there was a pilot coming in heading east, and what they'd done, I think, looking back at it, they'd set a shortcut on their flight computer to bypass all the different waypoints that will take them on the correct routing to Edinburgh. They'd set a direct waypoint to essentially the last waypoint before you turn on to final, and that was them. They were just going straight there, and they were going to make a turn on to final, and that was their flight, and they were not moving for anyone. It can be a right pain. Grumpy had it. We were flying into East Mids, which is up here. We got really, really close. We were sort of like within the area of the airport. We were at about 3,000 feet. Grumpy was in front. I was behind. And then somebody connected to VATSIM mid-air in a Cessna or whatever and set Grumpy's alarms off, like ding, 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 traffic, traffic, traffic. Grumpy had to like swerve out the way. Got in touch with the pilot to be like, you know, what's going on? And the pilot basically said, I'll do whatever I want. It's like, well, why even connect to VATSIM? Why even connect to VATSIM at that point? If you're just going to do what you want, just do what you want, not connected to VATSIM. Such a weird attitude. And then I think the person even called Grumpy a Unicom warrior. Which I thought was hilarious, but I don't think Grumpy quite saw the funny side of it. Why is my yoke so low? So I've got it suspended off a little kind of like a U-shaped bit of wood beneath my desk. And it is a little bit lower than I would like, but not actually that much lower. I think the camera angle makes it look worse than it is. But it means I can put all this stuff on the top of my desk. That's why. Again, coming into East Mids, at one point I was on short final, like 2 miles, and this plane just pulls out onto the runway. And again, I was making Unicom calls, like air not whatever, 5 mile final, 3 mile final, short final, runway, whatever it was. And this plane just comes out, blocks the runway, so I had to go around. Turns out they weren't tuned to Unicom, so they weren't even hearing my calls. And then when I messaged them, they were like, I'm tuned to Unicom. It's like, well, you are now, because you've obviously you're feeling a bit silly. But I can tell you that you were not when I was making the calls. Do I have an overhead? Yeah, I do, yeah. Let me show you. There. The Wingflex overhead. Suspended with a overhead projector, cinema projector mount thing from Amazon for 12 quid. And we like it a lot. You've been using autopilot, but it keeps turning itself off. Probably because you've got a flight plan discontinuity, I would imagine. So what you want to do, come to your MCDU, click on your F plan, so flight plan page. These are all the waypoints that we're taking to Bergen. You can use the arrows to kind of scroll through them all. You might sometimes see, you'll have like a white line that says like flight plan discontinuity. And they're there for a good reason. But in your case, if you're just flying solo, you just want the ATC to carry on to the next waypoint. So if you click the clear button and have it so it says clear there, click on the button next to where it says flight plan discontinuity, and it should close the gap for you. That's probably what it is. Is it the fly-by-wire A320? No, it's Phoenix A321. Do you find the strobe on the overhead annoying, or is it a nice feature? I don't really notice it because I've got loads of lights on in here anyway. Like I've got 1, 2, 3 streaming lights, so it's kind of quite bright as it is. So I don't actually notice the flash. If it were dark, it would be more of a vibe, but then you wouldn't be able to see anything. So that's very much a streamer problem, I think. Again, like all my wind control gear lights up. This all lights up in that kind of Airbus orange. You can't see any of it, not really. I mean, you can see it, but you can't feel it, if you know what I mean. But yeah, I feel like it might be... I feel like it might be a bit gimmicky to start with. It might be nice to start with, but then I think it's going to feel like a gimmick before not too long. Yeah, Joanna makes a good point. If there's a manual above it in the flight plan discontinuity, it can't be deleted without deleting the manual first. I was using the 737, but when I was cruising, I tried to switch on LNAV and it didn't work. Was this a glitch, or did I do something wrong? When you were cruising, you tried to switch LNAV on. So normally I would arm LNAV and arm VNAV prior to departure, and arm the auto throttle. That way when you press autopilot on, it just immediately takes over. You do a bit of sim racing, OG, do you? You're saying you get those sort of people in sim racing. They know you're there, but they're going to drive into you because that's where I want to be. Yeah. That must be so annoying. Hey, nice one, Spotter. You on VATSIM? What got me into flight sim? I was always into it as a kid, really. Always been into it as a kid. I remember when I was about 9 or 10, we got a family PC that was able to run Flight Sim 2000. And we had a go at that. Had no clue what I was doing. Didn't even know what a flap was. Like, I was landing with no flaps. I was literally just like pointing the thing and manually doing throttles and stuff like that. But it was good fun. I would take off from that Migsfield Airport in Chicago, quite often in a 777, and head to O'Hare, because I knew roughly where that was as the crow flies. And we would, you know, do our best. Is Tobii Eye Tracker useful with one screen? Yeah, it's basically a workaround, David, if you think of it like that. I haven't got mine working at the moment because Sim Update 5 ruined all my settings, and I need to figure out how to get it working with chase planes. That's another job to do. Whether it's a glitch or not, a couple of times when setting up my aircraft, I randomly teleport into the sky. What? Yeah, that's a glitch. Surely that's a glitch. And you're on Xbox. That has to be a glitch. Surely that's a glitch. But yeah, as to what got me into Flight Sim, I just basically mucked around in Flight Sim 2000. And then didn't really do a lot for a while. Then, is it FSX? No, I got Flight Sim 2004, the Century of Flight. And again, just mucking around really. And then I got the FSX Deluxe Edition, I think. And again, just messed around. I had no idea what I was doing. I got a 5K iMac in 2014. And I wanted to stress test it, and then I realised you could download X-Plane on it. So I downloaded like the demo version of X-Plane. And had to go with that. Again, just literally flying laps at Seattle, not really sure what I'm doing. And then I saw the trailer for Flight Sim 2020 and I was like, oh my god. I said to my wife, I was like, that's it. That's it. I must get this game, and I must build a PC capable of playing it. There's absolutely no question in my mind about this. Sadly though, at the time, I was on a 16-inch MacBook Pro. Didn't have a gaming PC. And you can dual boot. You could dual boot it. Because it was an old Intel chip. So you can actually dual boot it, and Apple provided a set of Windows drivers for all the hardware inside of it. But it was a mess. Like, the poor laptop could barely keep up. It could play it to a point, but it was not the greatest, I'll be honest. So yeah, the search for a gaming PC began, but of course COVID happened. And we couldn't buy any graphics cards, which was a right pain in the backside, let me tell you. I had everything. I'd bought my 5600X, I'd bought my RAM, I'd bought my motherboard, I had like a little SSD. I had all the things. I had all the things I needed except for a bloody graphics card. And of course Jensen came out, did the whole 30 series announcement, and was like, you can get a 3070, which is $500, and it's as powerful as a 2080 Ti, which was like, what, 1200 quid? So I was like, oh my god, it's Christmas morning. Jensen saved us. Could you get one? Could you, Ek? I think I had to wait until February before I could get a card. With the cards having been, like, announced in September. And I remember being so annoyed that I overpaid by £100. They should have been $499 and I paid $599. I was like, damn it, that's too much. Been done for 100 quid here. But immediately I could have sold it for 1200 on eBay. My wife was like, why don't you do it? Sell it. I was like, no way. It's like, have you any idea how hard I've worked to get this card? Like, I had Discord bots dinging me that were monitoring all the different stores. I had another bot that was monitoring a store. I even wrote my own bot because I figured that it would be quicker if I had it running on my own hardware on its own schedule. than relying on a publicly facing bot. I remember one morning I got a ding from Scan being like there's a 3090 in stock, and I was like, well, I can't afford a 3090. I don't really want a 3090. And then another 3090 came into stock, and I was like, it feels like something's happening today. And then lo and behold, within like half an hour, it was like, ding, 3070. I was like, right, bye. Bye, bye, bye. Remember, like, trying to go through the checkout, like, as fast as I could. Like, so fast. Because, like, literally, they were selling out within seconds. Like, 30 seconds could be the difference between getting one and not getting one. In fact, there was one day a couple of weeks prior where I saw a 3070 Founders Edition come into stock, so I could have got it at MSRP. And then I thought if the 3070s are in, maybe the 3080s will be in. So I had a quick look for a 3080, and no, there was no 3080s, and within that 30 seconds, the 3070s were gone. I really kicked myself. Just so crazy. Absolutely crazy. How do you know when to start descending? Because it will tell you in the plane. So we are climbing at the moment. So if you go into the perf page, you see here it says prediction to flight level 350, 39 miles, and at 11:49 UTC. So call it 5 minutes, we'll be there. When we get there, this will change to prediction to top of descent, and it will give you a mileage range. And on here, on your ND, if you zoom out far enough, that little blue tick, that's our top of climb. You're probably not going to be able to see the... There you go, that white one is our top of descent marker that it's predicted for us. Alright, it's going to be a lot of sea all the way over to Bergen, isn't it? Where are we now? We've just left the coast of... Is that Norfolk behind us? Yeah, Norfolk behind us, and then it's like Lincoln and so on to our left, I think. The perf page. Performance page. Do us a favour, guys. If you're enjoying the stream, please hit the like button. It's a superpower within you all to help any YouTuber you like even a small amount. Just hit the bloody like button. It helps them out so much. Right, we need to think about lunch because we're about an hour away. So we can fit in a nice lunch service. And we need to think about what we're going to do tonight. We've got two options. We can either do FSI panel, or we do a flight. The question is, what flight? That is the question. New Sky, where are you? Give me some inspiration. Where are we with our awards? Mastering Bristol, we left that one in Zurich. So we could fly back to Bristol from Zurich. That's an option. Heathrow Hoppers, where's all the next leg's up to Keflavik. That's a fair old drag up to there, isn't it? That's going to be... Oh, God, that's going to be a good 3 hours? It's got to be 3 hours up to there, surely. You want FSI panel? FSI panel streams can get really... they're not stressful, they just get tiring. Because it normally ends up, you get a few people in chat that just beg and beg and beg for their home airport. And they just spam it. Followed by like, please, 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 please. It's like, if you want it that bad, like, do a super chat and I'll think about it. But don't just be a baby in the chat, like, spamming, you know? That should be a new rule for FSI panel streams. I go where I want, unless we get a dono. Or a sub or a membership. New rule. There's only 220 up to there, Grumpy. I suppose, I guess, maybe on the map it looks further because you're going north and it skews, doesn't it? Maybe that's what it is. In a 350. So what would it be in a proper aircraft, Grumpy? I'll probably do it in an hour 50 in the 737. How are you coping in the heat? Feels like we're not doing too bad at the minute. I'm just... just repositioning the aircon unit so it's blowing more at me. It's actually very effective. You don't mean it, Grumpy. You love the 7-3. Hey, look, clouds! Finally, some cooler temperatures. Ah, man. This is 2024 Roblox. I think really at this point 2024 is where most people should be going, if you know what I mean. It feels like a lot of developers have now kind of attached their wagon to that horse. I think PMDG said, like, from now on it's 2024. I've sort of done it to a point with our liveries. Like our legacy liveries, as it were. In fact, thinking about it, did I ever publish the A350 livery? Don't think I did I? I must do that later. If I drop the Shannon back to Gatwick, maybe. So the current room temp is 29.4, it says. Relative humidity of 43%. See it? But it doesn't feel too bad. Because I've got the aircon blowing, like, right at me. If I put the thing in front of the aircon, yeah, immediately it's like 28, 26.4. So if it's not in the path of 23.5, coming out the aircon, 25, 24.2, 23.4, 22.3, 21.6. So yeah, the aircon is a very cooling effect. But if I just put it over on the shelf, 22.1, 22.4, that immediately starts climbing. So yeah, like, if I put it next to my PC, Joanna, it says 29, but if I put it in the path of where the aircon is, and it's blowing directly at me, it's weird. Currently up to 23.4, 23.5. There we go. I've got it blowing like right across me now. That's so nice. Temperature outside for me is approximately 30 degrees today. And it looks like it's due to be that tomorrow as well. Well, it's actually really nice. I've just moved the aircon unit. It's just like flowing right across me. To the point where it feels like I might get cold. But yeah. I mean, it's just a portable aircon unit. It's like, I think it's about £300. It's nothing too fancy, and it definitely has its limits for sure. But it's pretty good. Pretty good for what it is. Like, my brother-in-law's an aircon engineer, and I told him what I bought, and he was like, oh my god, why did you buy that? And I was like, look, you know, it's all I've got room for. Like, there's really not a lot of room in this shed for anything. Like, there's one more thing that turns up, I feel like the shed's just going to go pop. I have to be so creative with where I put anything just to make sure it works. Maybe someday I'll look at getting a split unit. You know, with the box outside and the little thing you put up near the ceiling. Because those can generally be pretty powerful, but I'd need him to come down and help me fit it. Yeah, I think we must have pretty much the same unit, Joanna. I'm all the ones that are roughly that price class. There's probably like a couple of OEMs somewhere, isn't there? That are making it on behalf of someone else or something. Thoughts on the second-hand eye tracker for 180? You can do it with a webcam, David, if you want to just see if you like the principle of it. Because it might be you really just don't like it. Tobii eye tracker or no Tobii eye tracker, just the way it tracks your head and your eyes. Like, personally, I only use mine when I'm on the ground. Like, I never land with it. I never take off with it. I know some people do, and that's great. And I said that. I did a video, like, a couple of months ago about, like, my long-term impressions of it. Albeit Tobii asked me to, so I did. And, yeah, like, I don't have it on for landing. I find it really hard to land with it on. I'm just like, I don't know why you'd want it on when you land. It's just feels like nothing but a distraction. But some people love it. Which, you know, we're all different, aren't we? Alright, with the aircon blowing across me, temperature is now 25. Yeah, same for me, Joanna. And also, I need to be conscious about the power coming into the shed. I've not tried a track IR. It does seem somewhat counterintuitive, doesn't it? Effectively burning more electricity to cool down the heat generated by other electricity. But we are where we are. But yeah, a little split unit would be nice. Maybe someday. Maybe I'd do it, if I expanded the shed, I'd probably think about it then.
What have you done, Ben? You've uploaded something to your screenshots. Have a look. What am I looking at, Ben? Oh, the runway. Yeah, nice. Yeah, it's definitely got a bump, hasn't it? Right, there is a plane coming across us. There it is! And you can see it. I can see it on TCAS, and I can see it out the window. Can we actually see the physical aircraft, or is it just the contrail? Yeah, there's no actual aircraft that I can see, but it's generating the contrail. Love that. It's almost like the contrails are enough. So I know it looks like we're going to have a head-on, but they are 1,100 feet below us. Oh, Darren, is there not going to be another leg? Go on. That's a very cool contrail. There probably will be another stream later, yeah. Sort of later in the evening. How do you guys survive in the heat? With air conditioner units. There he goes, look. Right under us. Yeah, I've got a little portable air conditioner unit. The house is really hot though. There's not a lot I can do about the house. Not a lot I can do about that. How long till we get to our equal time point? 20 miles! So it doesn't look... It must be the way the map sort of skews as you go north, because it looks like we've got really loads to go. It looks like we've not done half. But then the plane is telling us that we basically have. Look, do you see what I mean? Let's get rid of you. It looks like we've only done a third. Maybe a bit more than a third. Is it expensive to have an AC unit to be fitted? I bought a portable one. I will not be doing another leg after this until the next stream tonight. And I've not decided what that stream is going to look like yet. Whether we do FSI panel or whether we fly somewhere, don't know. What I do know is that there will be Guinness, because I have some in the fridge. And they're nice and cool. Why don't you use VR or FS Realistic? I do have VR. I've got a Pimax Crystal Super, but I find for streaming I would rather not be in a headset for multiple hours. Well, I say I have a Pimax Crystal Super. Pimax has let me borrow one. I sent back the light the other day. I got to be honest, I felt a bit bad. I said to him, like, I've got these two headsets and I'm super busy at the moment for a myriad of reasons. And I'm not really having a lot of chance to do a lot with them on the channel, so I feel like it's a bit unfair for me to keep them. So I was like, do you want them back? And they were like, well, just send the light back, keep the Super for a bit more. So I was like, oh, okay, fine. But I still haven't done anything with the Super, so now I'm feeling like double guilty. Alright, it's 1 o'clock. 50 minutes until we're there. I'm going to go and make a quick sandwich. Although it's going to dry out in here, isn't it, with the aircon on? It's going to turn into like crispy bread. There you go, Darren. It'll turn into a bit of a rack-up if we're not careful. Yeah, I'm going to go make a quick sandwich. I'm going to disconnect from VATSIM like a good boy while I'm gone. And I'll leave you with some views. And I'll see you in a minute with a sandwich, because there's no way I'm cooking anything. It's just going to get too hot in there. See you in a minute. Alright, we're back. Bet all the mums are getting the coleslaw out for tonight, aren't they? Tuna, mate? I don't think I've got any tuna. Oh, content, really? That really sucks, doesn't it? What did I go for? I found some ham and a dairy cheese single. So I've made a ham, dairy cheese single and pickle sandwich. Best I could do. Options are limited. Called it. Hell yeah. I don't know why people love coleslaw when it gets hot. It's such a weird thing, isn't it? Bring out the Branston, Flashy. I'm not a big fan of tomatoes in sandwiches, Joanna. Only in very rare circumstances will I put a tomato in a sandwich. Even if a burger comes with one, the tomato comes out. I'll eat it separately, but I'm not having it in the thing. Mind you, a lot of you guys say that chips and gravy is okay, so no offence, I'm not inclined to believe an awful lot of what you say. No offence. Chips and bloody gravy, honestly. Where am I? I'm disconnected, that's why. Cheesy chips, great. Oh, Flashy, come on, mate. Behave. You can't say in one breath that you don't like pickle and in the next breath say that that rubbish is okay. Blimey. Blimey. Favourite meal? Oh, don't know. I don't know. Well, we were saying last stream, weren't we? My favourite thing to go out for is a curry. And in tonight's video, you'll see us, I cut to like some footage from the stream last week, and you can see the chat overlaying, like, just basically like Joanna's talking about curries. Did make me laugh. People who don't like tomatoes but like ketchup. I can kind of see it. I mean, ketchup is very different, isn't it? Because it's been like sugared to death. As a German, you need to try beer, German beer, and lemonade. Like a shandy, you mean? I would generally go for a lager top over a shandy. So just a little bit of lemonade to top it up rather than a... But yeah. Do love a German beer. Can't beat a good Erdinger. We like an Erdinger, we do. That was one good thing about going to Lake Garda. There were so many Germans in Lake Garda. Like, got there and I was like, why is there all number plates with D on it? Of course, I suppose it's quite not too far to drive down from Germany, is it? Depending on where you are in Germany. But as a result of all the, of all the German tourists, everywhere you went sold Erdinger. Or Paulaner. Or the other one. There's another one, isn't there? Where'd I get the overhead panel? Wing flex. It is up here. Coke and vanilla. Is that what's called a Coke float, Jerry? Because somebody told me the other day, oh, you want to have a Coke float? I was like, you what? They're like, yeah, Coke float. It's like Coke with ice cream on top. I was like, you are having a laugh. There is no way that's the thing. Oh, Lake Garda's nice, David, isn't it? I'm trying to think where we stayed. We stayed on like the little bit of land that pokes up in from the bottom of it. Is it Sirmione? Will they ship it to Turkey? They told me, because they sent it for review, they said they include free international shipping to most countries, although you're liable for any import taxes at the border. And other local taxes. You could fly out from Verona, David. Verona's not far. That's where we stayed. We stayed in Verona for a few days, and we moved to a hotel in Lake Garda. It wasn't long on the train to get between the two, so in a plane it would be easy peasy. Hi, can you please send me FS stuff? No. But I admire the hustle. Nightcrawler says, dang it. Nightcrawler, were you actually serious, or was that like a joke question? Keep in mind, I've got no idea who you are. I don't think I've ever seen you in a stream before. If I were going to give out free gear to anyone, you'd probably be bottom of the pile, mate. No offence. Upshot's in. Just having some lunch up shop. Wingflex. WINGFLEX. I think the website is wingflexsim.com. Google it, you'll find it. Cheers, Captain Case. Any further plans for the setup? Possibly, I suppose the next thing would be to maybe go down the full cockpit route, but I'm not sure about that. I feel like I've got pretty much everything I need at this point. But then I said that this time last year, and now look what's happened. How big's my monitor? It's 43 inch. It's just a TV. It's not really a PC monitor. Just an LG 43 inch 60 hertz TV. It's not very good, to be honest. Like, it's like the cheapest budget one they do, 4K. I didn't even really buy it for flight simming. I just ended up using it for that, if you know what I mean. Yeah, it's Phoenix. We're really not far from top of descent, are we? 60 miles. We better do some work. Okay, wind remains variable at 3 knots, so I think 3.5 is going to be what we do. So I think 3.5 is the favoured airport. We'll see what real world's doing. If indeed there's anything for us to check. Where am I going? I'm lost. That's Denmark. I'm at Bergen. Brilliant. Where did you come from? Did you come from Bergen? Yes, you did, on 3.5. That'll do. 3.5 it is. So, arrival, 3.5. What's my landing weight going to be? Zero fuel weight is 74 tonnes, and we've got 4 tonnes of fuel when we land, so that's going to be 78 tonnes. Auto brake low is going to take us off the end of the runway. That's no good. Auto brake medium will stop us nicely. Auto brake medium will be set then. Let's enter the QNH 1025. I'm just typing this into my MCDU as I read this. Temperature is 11. Wind is variable at 5 knots, so what I would normally do at this point is check out what the opposite runway direction is. 170. So we'll do 170 and 5. Because then that gives us a worst case scenario if it's a tailwind. Minimums, 364. And we are good to go. Oh, we're slightly overweight as well at 70. There's an easy solution there. Speed brakes, baby. Press Alt-4 to get you the best graphics. Oh my god, Nightcrawler, stop being such a bloody moron. You turn off asking for free gear and do nothing but talk shit. Holy god. Right. Nightcrawler, it's been an utter pleasure. But we'll be seeing you. My word. Do I have anyone I can talk to about on the aircraft on the Phoenix team? Like, do I have a contact on the Phoenix? No. They don't know me from Adam. Why do these people even come into the live streams? Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's YouTube Vertical. YouTube Vertical. A lot of great people have come through YouTube Vertical and gotten familiar with the stream and then come back and watched like a Twitch stream or a YouTube horizontal version stream, the proper stream, if you like. But YouTube Vertical definitely casts quite a wide net, and therefore you tend to pick up some less interested viewers, let's put it that way. Airbus or Boeing? Game name. What's going on here? Why is my plane autopilot disconnected? Because it dropped below the speed it needed. It's alright. We'll rescue it. That'll teach me to leave the speed brakes out while eating a sandwich. Well, the good news is that did burn off some fuel. Just say it's Roblox. Yeah, right. Wondering what impact a larger screen has. Is it better? I really like it. So I tried switching to a 32-inch 1440p monitor and it immediately felt like I was playing a computer game. Whereas this feels like I'm in a sim. I don't think so, Grumpy. I did have speed brakes out. I'm about an arm's length away from the screen. Maybe a bit more. It is slowly speeding up. Auto throttle's on. That's right, we got to descend in a minute. We'll be right. Time to descend now anyway. My N1 is at like 93.3. We should be speeding up, right? Well, let's check for traffic. Let's just start our descent. 4,000 for Rivap. Bergen traffic, Air 1011, flight level 350, inbound Aluva, descending now for 4,000 feet, level by River for the ILS Whiskey 35, Bergen. It seems happy now. I've got Grumpy and Happy in. Blimey. I feel like the end of the, it's like the end of the Matrix 3 when there's like thousands of Smiths everywhere. Yeah, you might want to get a monitor, David. You had your first rejected takeoff on VATSIM. Oh my word. You're welcome, Case. If you're on a laptop, David, maybe like to keep it as light as possible, go 1080p. Maybe see if you can get like a 1080p TV. You can get one of those cheap. HDMI into it. I did, Lachlan. Was that you? Made a triangle out of my crisps. You're not a fan, Mystic? I understand. Me neither. I mean, I dread to think what it'd be in here if it weren't for the AC. I dread to think. I did struggle to sleep last night. It was tough last night. Like I say, we've got these, I think they're called dormer windows in the roof. So our bedrooms are like little sheds that kind of stick out of the roof line. So they tend to absorb all the heat because I don't think they're insulated very well at all, to be honest. I'd be tempted to rip off the linings, the inner linings, and put some Celotex in there or something, but I think it's just stud work that they're made out of. It is literally like garden shed material. It's not particularly incredible stuff, but cheers, Grumpy. Yeah, that's the trouble. UK homes are very much designed to keep heat in. And once it gets in, we don't like it getting out, which is fine until it gets to summer. So, what are you going to do, eh? What are you going to do? Alright, boom. Again, it feels like aircon all round might be the answer. But then that doesn't really help the situation, does it? Because it's like we're just putting more CO2 into the atmosphere to keep ourselves cool because we've already made it hot with CO2. So it's like, wow. That seems suboptimal. It feels like the last sort of... Yeah, the last sort of 5 years, things have been getting a lot hotter. Who knows? I mean, this might just be a blip and then it'll be gone. We might have a rubbish summer. You never know. Never know, we might get a bit of snow in the winter. Can't beat a snow day. Well, you can actually, because then the kids can't go to school. Which means that Muggins here has to take a day off and sort them out. What's the temperatures up in Scotland, Mystic? I was watching a Steve Marsh video last night. I don't know if any of you watch Steve Marsh, but you should do if you don't. He's a lovely guy. And he was in Montrose and he went to the beach on Sunday, I think it was. And he said it was like 20, which he said is pretty nice and warm. But yeah, he felt very much like it was, they were getting the lighter end of it. I mean, overcast is my favourite weather. Not raining, overcast, maximum of 17 degrees. That's my kind of weather. I love it. Can't beat a bit of overcast. It seems that my little progress bar at the top has frozen. I don't really know why. Yeah, I'm the same, Mystic. I don't like the heat. Well, I know some people do. Like, got neighbours out there loving this. This is like, oh, it's brilliant. Sat in the garden, roasting away. No, thank you. I mean, there's a pretty good reason why I built a shed with no windows. Just a door that is also opaque. I'm an indoor enthusiast. About 30 today, Lachlan. 30 today, 30 tomorrow, and then it breaks. Allegedly. And then next week, rain. Which I will take all day long. Speaking of, what's the temperature in Bergen? 11. That's more like it. Look at that. Okay, so alarmingly now it says that we're going to have too much fuel on board when we land. Right, we might need to do a hold. We do a hold at Iblir. We will enter on track 059. And then do right-hand turns. No, that can't be right. I always struggle doing holds. Track 159. Better. Or we hold at Auckland, that could be the other thing to do. Auckland, hold. Right hand turns. We do that. We want left hand turns. Let's delete the hold at Iblir. Cool, now we're in business. Why am I slowing down again? You've been given a thunderstorm warning? Really? Are my kids interested in aviation? Not really. I mean, they like planes to a point, but in the same way that most kids do, but... How did I know I've got too much fuel? So if you go to init page B, estimated fuel on board 3.8 tons. Oh, we're okay now. Cancel the hold. I think we're going to be alright. So how you work it out is you go to init page B, init, then press the right arrow. Zero fuel weight is 74 tons. So that's the weight of the aircraft, the weight of all the passengers, the weight of all the bags, the weight of all the crap on board. And then EFOB is the estimated fuel on board when we land. So when we touch down at Bergen, it estimates we're going to have 3.8 tons of fuel. That makes a total weight, if you add these two up, to 77.8 tons. Which you'll notice is the maximum landing weight for the Airbus A321. So now, according to my calculations, we are fine, albeit just. Now, if we're too heavy, a hold at this point would be very sensible. But I think we're going to get away with it. Traffic check. This is really handy, this. So if you click on the airport, ENBR, Click on the arrivals. You can see I'm the first arrival. And the next one is Darren. So we basically know that there's no one coming in that we're likely to clash with, because it can tell you there's someone else coming in that you might not have spotted. They might be coming in from the north or whatever. So it's quite handy, that. So if you had ATC online, could you ask ATC to hold? Yeah. Yeah, I've done that before. We were going into... It was either Nook or Keflavik. And we had, I think it was Keflavik radar. And I just said, look, I'm really heavy, can I hold here? And they're like, yep, sure, fine. Descend in the hold no lower than, like, 7,000 feet. No, I don't have the speed brakes out again, Joanna. Like, literally, look. Gears up. Speed brakes are armed, in fact. But weirdly, they're not arming. If we look out the window, there's nothing up. I mean, I've got a cost index of 5. Maybe that needs to be raised. What happens if I raise the cost index? Don't know. Put it back to 5. Let's not mess with that now. Yeah, if you need any help from ATC while you're online, ask, basically. Ask, 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 ask. Don't be a hero. Don't try and think you know it all, or you're going to look silly if you ask a question. They'd much rather you ask. And them explain, rather than you presume and then make a mess and then cause problems for everyone else. No ATC online, that's okay though. Can we choose a stand now? Should we go for 1.8? EMBR. Let's go for gate. Let's go gate 1.5. Yeah, I can't work this one out. Why we're struggling like that. They did not appreciate the help. At 10,000 feet, seatbelts, lights. Round we go then. Well, nice of the clouds to get out of our way so we can see the nice scenery.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly be landing. Please ensure your cabin bag is safely stowed with your
Now the plane's overspeeding.
tray table must be stowed, armrests down,
It's Q&H.
you now need to be
You're at Bergen.
seatbelt fastened.
20 minutes ago, it is 1025.
Handing in any rubbish, newspapers, magazines that you do not want to keep. The toilets are
which checks out. Transition level 70. Flaps 1 coming out. That should help keep things under control. Get the landing system armed. Love a bit of Bergen, I do. So, on the strength of Heathrow going so well, when we really made sure we had 3 reds all the way down, I'm going to do the same here. And if we see 4 reds, that's not going to mean a go around, because of course, if we're kind of offsetting by 1, that really means 3 reds, doesn't it? And obviously if it looks really bad, then we probably do have 4 reds and we'll go again, but... More speed brakes. ILS broken. I don't know at this airport. It really varies, but generally in an A320, 3 reds is where you want to be shooting for. A330 driver did a video on it ages ago, and he did an example where he was flying into Dusseldorf, which he flies into all the time in real life, and he was like, look, over the numbers you want 50 feet. And he said if we follow the pappies, over the numbers you're like at 80 feet or 70 feet. Lo and behold, you have a long landing.
Cabin crew must now be seated for landing. Thank you.
Bergen traffic Air Not 1011 inbound Rivap for the ILS Whiskey 35 Bergen traffic. Am I doing another flight after this? No, I'm going to have a break after this and I'll be back later tonight. Got some jobs to do. Well, so far so good, right? Is Keflavik part of the world at the minute that's like always in daylight or not? I was thinking if we were to fly there tonight, would we get a daytime landing? The only thing that's not working, Joanna, is me arming speed brakes. It goes up, then it goes down. Occasionally. Don't know what's going on there. Is that a hardware thing? I'll check Simat Pro when I'm on the ground. Suppose I could check now. Oh, it's not. Look, it's going... It ain't doing it. How weird. Not the Phoenix. Dum dum dum. No worries, David. Don't worry about that. Never any obligation to join. Alright, we should have a detail point coming up. Take us down to 200 knots. Bergen traffic, air knot 1011, flying base for 35. See you, David. Cheers. Decel.
Bergen traffic, not A2 inbound by a blip for ILS runway 35 whiskey.
Bit of speed brake. Flaps 2. Bergen traffic, air knot 1011, turning final now, 10 miles to run for runway 35, slowing speed 160 knots, which we will maintain until 5 DME, Bergen. Laps full, drop the gear. This is my kind of weather. Okay, the wind is variable at 7 knots. No one else around, just us. Alright, flaps full, gear down 3 greens, auto rate medium, go around altitude set. Lights are set. All we need now is a visual. 7 miles out. Damn, I am struggling to slow down here. The plane is accelerating. Like, by a lot. I'm at 170 knots. Can't arm the spoilers, unfortunately. Why is the plane struggling so much? Okay, let's get AP2 on as well, because this could end up being an auto land here if we're not ready for it. Can't slow the plane down, guys.
Bergen traffic, NRD2 on inbound runway 35 whiskey with a 15 mile final.
Wowzers. I'm going to lose a little bit of height. Right, there's my 3 reds. Let's bring the nose up a bit, and hopefully we'll slow down. Bergen traffic, out at 1011, short final 35, Bergen. Not entirely convinced this is the weather we were advertised. Disagree.
100 above. minimum.
Continue.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard. 10, 5.
Come on, Em. Let's get that engine out of the way. $100 knots. And you're braking. And we will vacate. We made it. Just. It was a challenging little approach. Bergen traffic, and at 101135 vacated Bergen. Hour and 34 to Bergen. That's not too bad, is it? Bergen traffic in at 1011, taxiing to stand 15. Cheers, James. See you, mate.
Bergen traffic, N82 established on ILS runway 35, whiskey with a 7-mile final.
Yeah, a little bit of a floater. The thing is that the runway dips away from you, but equally I was trying to avoid smacking that bump as well, so yeah. Bergen can be a challenge. Because look, we're going very much uphill at the moment. Nice one, Snoop. Cheers, man. Where am I going? I'm going all the way up to, like, November, right? Really should have chosen a easier to access stand. But yeah, I mean, just look at this taxiway. We are, like, definitely going uphill right now. The point where the plane is stopping. You can see that follows on the runway there. So it can be quite a tricky 135 to get into. Maybe we need a Bergen tour. That's what we need. We need a Bergen tour. Copenhagen, Oslo, Stockholm, Billund, Edinburgh, Keflavik, Tromsø. Yeah, this tour's writing itself. This tour is writing itself already. Yeah, Billund. Love Billund. I remember I flew to Billund once from here and the controller said, cleared to Legoland when I got my IFR clearance. Oh, Joseph, you've missed the stream, mate. We're over. It's all over. We've just landed. We've gone from Dublin to Heathrow, from Heathrow to Bergen, but we'll be back tonight, Joseph. Don't you worry. Hopefully when it's a bit cooler. No, Oliver, I haven't. Oh, look at this for timing. No pressure. That's looking bloody tidy, isn't it? Yes. All day long. We don't muck around here at Air Not. Can you get an A320 in and out of there, Oliver? Where else could we go? Kiruna. So many places we could go. Bergen's the next tour, I've decided. And that's the end of it. One of the perks of being the boss.
Bergen traffic, N882, vacated runway 35.
I think I'd much rather do a tour out of Bergen than I would, like, Oslo. Kind of like the smaller, challenging airports, you know? Rather than, like, the big, obvious international hubs. But I like them too, and we'll do tours of them too, but I do love a good... Like, Bristol. I think Bristol's a perfect tour. Because it's like a small, challenging little airport. But it definitely takes some mastering. Same here. Can't get the staff, Joanna, can you? Bloody hell. How can I learn what to say in VATSIM? I've got a video called How to Start on VATSIM Without Stress. You might find that helps. Or you might not. There's also like cheat sheets, but... take that with a grain of salt. I would. Come on, single engine. Thank you for subbing on YouTube. Sorry I can't read your name. Come on, move. Why isn't the plane moving? Am I stuck? I've got like 50% N1. Come on. What's going on here? I'm literally not moving.
Bergen traffic, N882, taxi to stand 17.
It stopped again. I feel like I'm like taxiing over glue. That'll do. Okie dokie then, engine off. Yeah, tried that, didn't do a thing. It's really weird. Another 10 in challenging conditions. It was challenging actually. That was I was working for that. So I'm really glad we got a 10. That's really nice. 26k for the airline as well. Look at that. And here comes Darren, look. Air Not gracing the taxiways at Bergen. Not sure what Bergen would have to say about that, but you know. They're not here. And I am. Lovely job. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Right, guys. Thank you very, very, very much for today's stream. It's been a nice little 4-hour jaunt. I will be back. I don't know when I'm going to be back later. I need to think about that because I'm not so restricted on time this evening because I'm home alone. So we can maybe do slightly different times. But I don't want to change the time too much actually because that just confuses people. So, yes. Lovely. Right. Plan is I will be... Plan is I will be back tonight and we'll go somewhere or we'll do some FSI panel. I haven't decided yet, but I'll put it in the scheduled stream when I get there. And until then, you will have a lovely rest of your day, afternoon. Hope you do okay in the heat. I'm going to go and check on the dog because he's probably... Might go and spray him with the hose or something, actually. Anyway, I'll see you all again later. Have a lovely rest of your day. I'll see you in a bit. Doodaloo. Bye-bye, 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 bye-bye.